around Lagoon Mac. A $5 chance of the bookies, $5.20. It's only had 2 placings from 3 runs off the outside, but 1 it's with Matt Roberts, and 2 the start here previously 2 back was pretty good when it was second from box 4. Now it pinged out that day, just really pinged away, and just prior to that start 2-3 back at the Manawa 2 pinged away also, just slightly slow, just missed the kick last time. I'd forgive that and be prepared to give it another chance, Lagoon Mac in C3 company off the back of that last second it had the last time it was here. I do see that Daryl, though, has it nowhere in his selections, which is not surprising given the that this market is just so even. Cody Bray's won 4 from 16, and the last 3 have been pretty good, a win, a third and a fourth. The fourth came at Manukau last start, but it comes back to Wanganui over the 305, where it does have a little bit more success. The track stats are good. It's won 3 from 8 here and placed on 2 occasions. I think the 3 needs to go in. There's the casino result, 6, 4, 7 and 2. Stormy Kate, $20.20 and $3.50. Harry Hucklebuck, 180. Pacific Champ, 180. 4 and 6, 42. 6, 4 and 7, $490.80. 6, 4, 7, 2, $1,840.80. The double, $30.90, concession $26.50, treble 7, 8 and 6, $556.80. That wraps it up at casino. Just under 3 minutes out. Good evening, Daryl. We come to you for race number 3, and gee, these first 4 or 5 races, they really are even betting goes.
Yeah, I get to say very good evening to you too, Ryan. You're right, you're dead right. It's a very even field, so right throughout the night, and this doesn't get any easier in this race 3 for the Class 3s. You've got 1, 2, 3 downgrading, and also some good form coming into this, also coming off the 3. Off the inside, Empty Banks down 1.1 in weight. Homebush Hills returns to the track, and she's down also 1.6. You just never know how they're going to go with the weight variances. Empty Banks got the inside draw, good box 1 record. Homebush Ginger's one of the downgraders. I do like the 3 Cody Brea, that's my first selection. As we take a look at that sum of rugs, 13.5. I've gone 3, 6, 2 and 7. So maybe just leaning towards the unders here on the sum of rugs. I do like the 3 Cody Brea. She runs this track well. She's had 8 starts here for 3 wins and 2 placings. Her 2 runs in Class 3 company haven't been bad at all at Manukau earlier on in the week, and also here at the beginning of the month on the 6th. And she's good enough. She has got that box speed, and if she can find the front and get away and stay out of trouble, she's a nice chance here at Cody Brea. Ahead of the 6 Big Fat Gypsy. I made this my value bet of the night. Now it's on the verge of a downgrade. She has been in season. She came back to the races on the 10th a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't a bad run. She showed a bit of box speed, wanted to just veer away from the inside, found a bit of trouble doing so, and got going towards the end again into 5th. And if she does miss the top 3, she will get that downgrade, and look out for her back in Class 2 company, but it wouldn't surprise me. And it's a very common theme with Melissa Olden's dogs. They get on the verge of a downgrade and they stay up. And Big Fat Gypsy I do like. The 2 Homebush Ginger, of course she had that wonderful form a few months back, and she gets her chance to bounce back here, Homebush Ginger. She gets a nice draw. She's on the downgrade. She gets away on the recent downgrade. The downgrade run on Monday, no luck at all from box 5. Just got sandwiched going into that first corner. So forget that run. Back onto this track. She's been in the money here 50% of the time. And look out for Homebush Ginger to bounce back. And 7 Miss Allegro's another downgrader, gets away from Class 4. And I'd also be keeping a very close eye on Miss Allegro, $5.50. Some good money here for Elisa Ahern, run at $4.90 and $2.40. A very open market. As I said earlier on in the evening, if there's a dog that you have been following, you get the chance tonight to get a nice $5, $6 price. Wheelie Chili had early support and still has that support now. $4.50 is the favourite. $4.20 and $1.80 here for Angela Turnwald, another one that's a recent downgrader. The last 3 races have been at the Manawa 2, and he's won half of his races here too. Wheelie Chili, Lagoon Mac out there in box 8. If you're prepared to forget the run on Monday, the form prior very good, And Empty Bank, as I said, has that good box 1 record too, and races well from the inside traps. Race 3, the Liquorland Wanganui for the Class 3 sprinters, a good field. Willie Chili is just the favourite. As the bunny sent on its way now for the third. Ready? And racing and jumping well out wide here now is Big Fat Gypsy along there with Cody Brea looking to drive up on the inside, not too far off them now is Empty Bang, also trying to sweep around the outside is Lagoon Mac along there with Miss Allegro. Back in the field, Homebush Hills has got back with Cody Brea's got a shuffle, and also Homebush Ginger, they go for home. Empty Bank will get this all very close here for second. Lagoon Mac was charging up on the inside of Big Fat Gypsy, that's close, not far away Miss Allegro, Homebush Hills, really chilly, and the two at the back of the field, Homebush Ginger found a bit of trouble, and Cody Brea after jumping out okay, also got pushed into the rail there on that first corner and will finish at the back of the field. Empty Bank, good inside box 1 form, was the slowest dog out of the boxes. Well, she was the slowest out, but she just held the rail. There's a bit of squeezing up going into the first corner, and Empty Bank just held her line very well for Nathan Newdy and drives through and comes away very close here for that second placing. The 8 will get second on the inside, just noses out Big Fat Gypsy, who won't get that downgrade as we predicted, and the 7 Miss Allegro, the other downgrader, tried to come across from the outside draw but just got caught up and had to switch to the inside and has got home very well. They've run 17.71, that run up time 7.11, and the run home 10.60, and the numbers will be here 1, 8, 6 and 7, 4 3/4, a nose, 1 3/4, and number 1 Empty Bank start 31, win number 6 by Scott No Wives out of Sexy Dream for Nathan Newdy, Angela Newdy and Hayden McCracken. From the 8, Lagoon Mac has got home well for second here for Matt Roberts. Takes that second off. Big Fat Gypsy for Melissa Olden. Will not be downgrading to Class 2. Good run also the 7 Miss Allegro with a bit of bad luck as well. So there's the running of race number 3. It was a good race, a good betting race for sure. And it will go to the 1 Empty Bank. On to race number 4. This one also for the Class 3 sprinters, the Aon CPF. And another great Class 3 field here, Ryan. Another even one. I have gone for the 2 downgraders in Homebush Ramona and also Kennelmate Homebush Chiro. But once again, it will be another open market in race 4.
Yeah, it was good betting there, wasn't it? If you found Empty Bank for Nathan Newdy, $6.40 and $2.50. Beats the 8 Lagoon Mac at $1.70 and 6 Big Fat Gypsy at $2.80. Result to follow shortly, 7 minutes out from race number 1 at the park. Huge night tonight at Alexandra Park. Any old ways come up the favourite. It's $3 and $1 as I pass it over and say a very good evening to Greg O'Connor and Craig the Whale Thompson.
G'day Ryan, welcome into Alexandra Park. It is Can-Am Row Cup night, of course, 4 Group 1s, an outstanding program, 11 race card. Craig Thompson, the best analyst in the business, doing the action for us once again here tonight, Craig. A night to well and truly look forward to.
Well, Row Cup's always a special night. Very good evening to you, to Greg, and to the viewers as well. 3,200 metres, it's a traditional race. It's been won by some very, very good horses, and we've got a great lineup here again tonight, headed up by Master Lavros. Was good last week. I'm expecting him to prove, and I think the barrier draw really aids his chances tonight. I thought the Messenger, the way the barrier draws have set up, I thought Ahoka Puncher from barrier 1, I think was great last week in the Taylor Mile. I think from barrier 1 tonight, Greg, I think it's his race to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. He's $2.80, and I think that's pretty generous for the bookmakers when you consider his form line. His third in the Auckland Cup is clearly an outstanding form line leading into this race.
Well, it is, and I mean the 2 horses have beat him home. They're not bad animals, and Chris and me and Adore Me. So I think Border Control was good last week. He did a lot of work. He may have to go forward from that draw. Mosdale Connor's in there, of course.
Big improver, Dalton Bromack?
I think a big improver. I expect Sky May to be a big improver as well. Talking to Zach Butcher, we'll get his thoughts later in the program. I think that run last week will just tighten them up considerably into tonight, and I'm looking forward to that race along with the trotting derby as well.
All right, let's get straight into it. There's the favourite, Any Old Way. I thought the first up run here last week after a long break was certainly the run of an improver, and with natural improvement, of course, trained by the master and Paul Nairn, he clearly for me is the one to beat here.
Well, he was, and when he went through the birdcage last week, I said to you, Greg, he was as big in condition as I was last year, but he'll improve a lot with that run, and he's tightened up considerably going through the parade ring tonight after 7 days. Manners are the key with him, like with all trotters, but he was good last week. If he finds the front, he is the one to beat.
Okay, Ruby's Jewel didn't get it right last week, this mare by Sundon. If she brings her A game tonight, I know you're of the opinion she can win this race.
I thought her run last week was one of the runs of the race. I mean, she finished well back in the field, but we actually clock how she her sectionals for the last mile and a half. They were outstanding. Now, everything depends on the first 400 metres with her. It was her first run right-handed last week. She hadn't trialled here. I think she's the big improver tonight. If I was playing one at longer odds here, and she's 8.50 on the tote, number 4, Ruby's Jewel, if she did it right, she can win this race.
Last week's winner, Charming Lavra, is very, very good value on the tote at around $10 odd. If you got the money off her in her last 2 starts, you'll be lining up again.
I think she's a nice mare that just keeps improving and keep improving. What I would say about her is I think she's way better at 2,200 than 2,700 metres. She'll need to get the right trip tonight, because I think over the longer journey with a couple in this race that are on the improve, she's a good each way price, certainly not the 350 she was on the book this morning.
You were keen on I Got Rhythm last week, and she got it wrong running into the first bend. If she brings her A game tonight, she's another one that can play a part here.
Well, at around about $9, Greg, I think she again is each way. She made a mistake mid-race last week. Got disqualified after making a good recovery to run 5th because she galloped too far. Have a look at her on screen. She looks wonderful at the moment. Well bred over at Allegra Agitato. Downgraded from a fortnight ago. Again, another one that falls in this category. If I don't want to take the $3 or the $2.50 about the favourite, what's the value in the race? Runners 4 and 13 are the 2 value for me.
All Royale Girl, the mare by Monarchy out of the Robert Dunn barn. I thought she made a pretty good fist of it here last week. Her form prior to that coming here was against the best of her age group, and back in grade last week. I thought she did enough, and again with natural improvement, we see it so often. You come to Alexandra Park the following week, a bit more confidence. She can run a race tonight too.
Yeah, she trotted faultlessly, Greg, and she looked very good in the parade ring last week, and she's done that again tonight. Again, falls in a little bit of the Charming Lavra category of more being a 2,200, 2,400 metre horse and maybe a 2,700 metre horse. I think the best chance for her is to get in front of Any Old Way, get onto the market pegs, take a trail. If she did that and stepped quickly, yes, she's a first 4 chance.
Okay, what about the bet of the night, Craig? Where do we lay our wedge with extreme confidence?
Well, I'm really keen on Start Dreaming. I thought last week she was outstanding. She's going to be very good to beat a Group 1 performer in Democrat Party, the stable, mate. But the way the barrier draws have set up, she drew the outside of the front. Now with 2 scratchings in the race, it evens it right up. She's drawn right alongside her stablemate. I thought she could win again.
Okay, and the Trotting Derby, Speeding Spur, has had the measure of most in both the Derby at Addington and then again last week, albeit narrowly last week. The barrier draw makes that intriguing tonight.
It does. I concur with you on the box seat. I know you're very big on Mombay, and I'm in the same category, Greg. I think just the way that the 2,700 metres, the run under the belt last week, I thought he trialled well prior to that. You've got a lot of ticks, has Speeding Spur as well. There's not much between them. It'll depend on the run of the race, but put it this way, the $3.20 didn't last long on Wednesday afternoon.
Nope, certainly did not. There's a real good looker, and Hot Trot Chart has always been that, trained and driven by Nikki Chilcott, the winner of 4 from 18. Couple of those here, of course, at Alexandra Park. I know the win was at Manawatu last time, but there's no reason, if she does things right, that she hasn't got a first 4 part to play.
No, she races well on the fresh side, and she did a good job, and she should have won that week last week. It was a weak field, to be honest. Steps up considerably here. Can she run in the top 4 or 5? I'd have in my thick end of the first 4s. She's a nice mare. She's on the improve. She's on the up and up, and I think she's one of those ones that'll give you a sight tonight.
Of course, Phil Williamson also has Springbank Eden in the race, and Springbank Eden with Matthew doing the driving. And this horse has ability, mind you. If he was racing as well as what they had hoped, he'd be in the Derby.
Well, he would be, and I think last week he was there at the top of the straight and he faded late. He's at around about $13. Matthew Williamson aboard, very confident driver from a very smart stable. Again, one of those ones you put at the thick end of the first fours.
Okay, top four for you in the first.
Well, I actually made Ruby's Jewel my value bet of the night when I did my line this morning, Greg. I thought her run last week, barring a mistake, and it is a big if, I think the $8.50, she's each way all day.
Okay, let's get up to Aaron White. As we say, a very good evening to you, Aaron, on this 11 race card here tonight with those 4 Group 1s. I'm pretty sure the build-up this week, well, it would have been pretty easy to get into your work, so to speak. Good evening to you.
Yeah, evening to you too, Greg, and to you, Craig, and everybody around the nation. What a great night we've got ahead of us here tonight at Alexandra Park. 4 Group 1s, sensational racing. Good field to open the program, 13, 3, 9 and 7 for me. I got Rhythm on top. 2 starts ago, 5 lengths off Mum's Pride, and an unlucky 5 lengths off Mum's Pride. 3 starts ago was fourth and behind the Derby favourite, Speeding Spur. So there's good form lines coming through. I got Rhythm. She's got to do everything right. If she does, you get a nice each way quote about her at $8.90 and $3. Any Old Way. Good with his resuming second last Friday night. He'll strip a lot fitter here tonight. We know that, Davey Butt and Paul Nairn. The 9 Charming Lavra, certainly well in the mix on the back of her back-to-back victories. And 7 All Royal Gal put in a nice run last Friday night to be considered a chance in the first. 13, 3, 9 and 7.
Thanks for that, Aaron. Just a slight delay to the start of the first, the Mitre handicap trot over the 2,700 metres. And Matthew Williamson tonight, of course, will drive Alleyway in the Can-Am Row Cup. And it's been a big shortener, Craig. He's a very good stayer. And
Royal Gal, second row or 10 metre markers. Hot Chocolate Tart, Charming Lavra, Tourbillon, Sapphire Castle, and in the unruly Tontine, I got Rhythm, Cyclone Lucky, 7 and Djokovic. Right, the barrier strands release in the Mitre handicap trot. Field to go. Saffron Castleton came away in a gallop out of barrier 1. She settles back in midfield as All Royal Gal makes a nice beginning to take up the early running as off-stride Springbank Eden heading to the showgrounds turn first occasion. Gintaras has the back of All Royal Gal and Any Old Way sitting parked in the early stages. Saffron Castleton recovers to be 3 back on the markers. Dauntless to its outside and Djokovic scooting around all runners for Luck Chin. Back on the inside then to Hot Chocolate Tart as Any Old Way goes and gets the lead as they work off the showgrounds turn and work into the lane. They're followed then by Ruby's Jewel, a length and a half away to Tourbillon on its back, Charming Lavra. Sapphire Castleton on the inside of Charming Lavra. Now off stride up ahead, Ruby's Jewel. She's gone for an early gallop through the lane. Tontine gets underneath it as to Cyclone Lucky, 7. Now Charming Lavra's got a wee bit of that gallop of Ruby's Jewel and she's galloped out of contention, Charming Lavra. 2 circuits left to go. Then came further back I got Rhythm. There's a good 6 or 7 lengths away Springbank Eden, 4 lengths Ruby's Jewel and Charming Lavra. She galloped through the home straight and is now a good 30 to 40 lengths off Djokovic, who takes them into the back. Leading away by 2. Any Old Way second. All Royal Gal third. Parked and fourth Dauntless. Gintara's on the inside. 1-1 to Saffron Castleton around Sapphire Castleton. Hot Chocolate Tart on the back of Saffron Castleton. Coming forward is Cyclone Lucky, 7, and also I Got Rhythm, Tontine, Tourbillon, 3 or 4 lengths, Springbank Eden, Ruby's Jewel and Charming Lavra, 128.5 the lead time, 1400 to go in the Mitre trot, and Djokovic leads from Cyclone Lucky, 7, now moving up to be second and parked. I Got Rhythm getting right into the hunt now for Morris McKendry, the Magic Man, back on the inside then to Any Old Way. Dauntless in the running line around All Royal Gal. Saffron Castleton on the outside of Gintaras, then Hot Chocolate Tart racing around Sapphire Castleton, Tourbillon, Tontine, Springbank Eden, 2 lengths Ruby's Jewel and out of contention, 10 lengths away Charming Lavra, 32 and 2 the opening quarter. Djokovic onto the stables corner, final time. Leads by 3/4. I Got Rhythm, Any Old Way, and in the 1-1 Cyclone Lucky, 7 All Royal Gal, 3 back on the inside, then Dauntless, Gintaras, Saffron Castleton, Sapphire Castleton, Hot Chocolate Tart, Tourbillon well back with the Tontine back with those, Springbank Eden, Ruby's Jewel, second quarter, 30.5. Djokovic through the back. I Got Rhythm now goes up to pressure on the outside for the Magic Man and getting away from the inside, Any Old Way. That has now Cyclone Lucky, 7 out 3 wide and all getting through on the inside. All Royal Gal Saloons up to get the trail. Dauntless 3 wide with cover. Saffron Castle in between runners back on the inside. Gintaras, then Hot Chocolate Tart. Back in the field, Sapphire Castle in there, followed Tourbillon and Tontine. Third quarter in 30.4 and Djokovic going. Great guns on the corner here. A length and a half over Any Old Way. Cyclone Lucky 7. I Got Rhythm's got nothing left and All Royal Gal down the outside. Dauntless Tourbillon, Djokovic a length. Any Old Way, All Royal Gal hunts on the passing lane with Gintaras. All Royal Gal gets under Djokovic. All Royal Gal, she strikes the front and she strides away. Gintaras flashes up, will just get second. Third across Any Old Way, then Djokovic. They were followed Tourbillon, Springbank Eden, big run after his early gallop. Tontine, Saffron Castle and back with Cyclone Lucky 7, Dauntless, Hot Chocolate Tart, Saffron Castle and Ruby's Jewel. I Got Rhythm Not Tonight. Charming Lavra the last in 3:31.4. All Royal Gal, John and Robert Dunn combined to take the first. Once she spotted that gap deep on the passing lane, she's come through powerfully. The Monarchy mare win 3 at start 29. She'll get the job done. Gintaris will follow her through and just secures second in front of Any Old Way for third, in front of Djokovic and the Mitavite handicap trot to open an exciting night of entertainment here at Alexandra Park. And All Royal Gal, the Duns, strike in the first.
Official placings, race 1, the Mitavite handicap trot. 7, 2, 3, 16, 10, 6. 7, 2, 3, 16, 10, 6. Horse 7, All Royal Gal, trotted the 2,700 metres in 3:31.4. It's a mile rate of 2.6. Last 860, the 429.6. The margins, 1 3/4 lengths, a nose, a head. 7, 2, 3, 16, 10, 6. All official, race 1, the Mitavite handicap trot.
7, All Royal Gal to come back at the head of the field. Raced by AD and I.M. Newman. Congratulations to you. Win 3 at start 29. Monarchy Bay 4-year-old mare out of Royden Action, bred by Royden Lodge Stud Limited. Robert Dunn trained at Woodend Beach, and John Dunn back at the head of the field, greeted by Auckland Trotting Club steward David Turner down there, part of the victory celebrations. Nice way to open the night. All Royal Gal, after a strong placing in the first night of the Autumn Trotting Carnival last Friday night, goes 2 better here tonight. John and Robert Dunn, they've had pretty good success on this night in the past. Of course, they quinelled the Dawson Harford New Zealand Messenger last season. Number 2, Gintaras for second. Great success. 5-year-old Bay Gelding had a lovely amber, raced by Mrs. J.L. Brosnan and R.J. Magnus. Johnny Magnus, one of our major sponsors of a couple of races tonight. Richard Brosnan, the trainer-driver. And 3, Any Old Way for third. A Sundon Whizway Bay 4-year-old gelding, raced by PFB Williams, Mrs. J.T. Williams, J.S. Boyd, J.C. Thompson. The Padomi Syndicate and PC Nean Limited. Paul Nean trained at Leaston. And David Butt. Totes in the first, we'll see. All Royal Gal return 12.60 and 3.50, 12.60, 3.50. 2 Gintaras, $10.90, $10.90. 3 Any Old Way at $1.40, $1.40. Quinella, $182.60, $182.60. Trifecta, $2,530.30, $2,530.30. And the first 4, $4,181.90, $4,181.90, $4,056 jackpotting through to the first 4 in race number 2. Thanks, Des. Right, the kids' carts, we're out now ready for our parade, ladies and gentlemen. The parade is for the Manukau Cup coming up a wee bit later on the program tonight for the kids' carts. Sponsored by Bublitz Transport. And the kids' carts Manukau Cup will be staged after race 3 on the program tonight. So the parade begins. Now, runner-by-runner parade with the kids' carts. They do a great job. The kids with the ponies. Always great to have them part of our nights here at Alexandra Park. They get taught all the ins and outs of looking after the horses, gearing them up, ungearing them, and it all culminates in driving here. Some great tutors in the kids' carts, and you see that coming through the kids. Betsy Boo, number 1, is Shannon McEwen. 3 is Pumpkin and Nathan Darby. 4, Dusty, Nessie Turin. 5, Tinkerbella, Linda Pringle. 6, Clyde Harrison Darby. 7, Jelly and Holly Noakes. 8, Tonto, Brianna Thomas. 9, Cossack and Danny McFarlane. 10, Lightning, Taitlin Hanara. 11, Playboy, Sapphire Forsyth. 12, Tosca, Bailey Rogerson. 13, Caramello, Caleb Bublitz. And the last horse through the parade for the Manukau Cup Kids Carts. Bublitz Transport's sponsored event was Eros number 14 and Jordan Treweek. Those are the contestants and their ponies for the staging of the 2015 Manukau Cup. As I mentioned, that race comes up after race 3 tonight.
Back was Teeth, Grief with Visionary, and last of all was Culper Spy. It's Spring Crystal by 2.5. The chasers Riley's Rambo, that's Insane third, then followed by Riley's Dreamer, and that's a race around the corner. Spring Crystal in front, Riley's Rambo making some ground but not quickly enough, and Spring Crystal will beat Riley's Rambo, that's Insane third, and Visionary was fourth. Then Riley's Dreamer, Teeth, Grief, and the last pair over the line were Culper Spy and Ladies Stargazer, and the time was good for the maidens in around 25 and 40. Spring Crystal goes all the way. 1, 6, 3 and 7. 1, 6, 3.
1, 6 and 3, the numbers there from Ipswich. Race 1 goes to number 1. Next up, Wanganui, race 4, just under 8 minutes away. Beautiful evening. Chinese Star at $4 and $1.70 is come up the favourite here. It's $4.60 and $1.30. Again, it's really, really good value. If there's anything you like here, then it's just worth a crack because it's one of those races. Plenty of time. Had a couple of wins in C2 before coming up to C3. First run in C3 ran last. Then an improving third at the Manawatu last time. I think it can improve again, plenty of time. $6.40 and $2.40 for Lisa Ahern. Chinese Star has had 14 starts for 4 wins and 5 minors, but just hasn't been pinging away since getting up to C3. If it does, though, it'll be right in this. And box number 2, it's not a box it's won from before, but has won from box 3 and box 1. Maybe today will be the first time for that box 2 victory. Just under 7 minutes away. Gee, it's a cracking night there at Hattrick Raceway. We'll get there on the back of a break.
Bettor's Delight. 18 Group 1 winners down under the season.
Tiger Tara still in front. Better off a drive.
Race 4 at the Greys kicks off a treble, $663 in the treble pool. The Aon CPF C3s over the 305 metres. Place 6 today at Wanganui starts on race number 7, and that's time to go at 17 minutes past 7 o'clock. Quaddie on race number 9, the second of them at 20 past 8. Up to the 4th, Aon CPF for the C3s, Chinese Star 421.80. Gee, there's only one they don't like here. It certainly looks a really, really tough race to try and pick the winners. Looking at the track form, Chinese Star 13 starts, 4 wins, 5 minors. Fastback Kings won 4 from 35 here, but been placed on 17 occasions. It's 12s and 3s. The box 1 stats are okay. It's had 5 win or placings from 10 starts from box 1. It's not the worst for a place, although it just hasn't been jumping away lately. Boston Strike number 3, the track stats, they're pretty impressive. It's had 4 wins from 11 starts and 4 minors. Plenty of time, 3 wins at Hattrick from 12 goes and 4 minors. Homebush Ramona, a little bit less impressive track stats, just 3 wins from 21 starts, but 10 placings, has box 5 to contend with. Scott My Money, the 6, 4 from 24 at this track with 8 minors. Death Star at 4 wins from 33 starts, but 11 minors. Homebush Churro, 1 win from 11 starts and 3 minors. Yeah, maybe that track form around Chinese Star is even more of a reason why it should be favourite. $3.40 now and $2.20. Ipswich Greys race 1 went to number 1 Spring Crystal, $2.60, $1.40. Riley's Rambo, $1.90. That's Insane, $1.20. 1 and 6, $11.20. 163, $43.70. First forward the 7, $220.80. Daryl, it's been quite tough trying to pick the winners out of the form book this evening, and we've got another really, really even betting go here in the 4th.
Very even indeed to Ryan, and I'm just leaning towards the downgraders here. The only concern with Homebush Churro and Homebush Ramona. Homebush Ramona up by 0.7, Homebush Churro up a kilo. So hopefully the weight rise there is okay for the two downgraders, but both have been in very good form prior to getting back up to Class 4, back down to Class 3, and I do give the two downgraders a very good chance in this race. Homebush Ramona, she had good form not so long ago, who runs in Class 4, bit of bad luck, a couple of box forwards, so I'm prepared to forget the runs in Class 4. They weren't too bad, the two fifth placings here, Homebush Ramona, and it comes down back to Class 3 into box 5, and also Homebush Churro out there in the 8. We'll be having to look to scout round the outside. Start 102 is a 14 race winner, only one win on this track. It's probably a bit of a concern, but I have gone here for the two downgraders. Two Chinese Stars, a very nice bitch as well, coming up to Class 3. I think she will make it to the open grade in the near future. She gets the inside draw of 2. She's had a couple of tough draws lately as well, boxes 4 and 6. And a very nice bitch, this one, for Philippa Lamis and Carol Morris. She's only had the 14 starts and still progressing, but a big chance for 2, and gets a better draw tonight. Fastback King gets into box 1. His box 1 record's not too bad. He's also a recent downgrader for Darcy Potama. The last 2 runs have been on the Horseshoe Circuit and returns here to a hat-trick. The run here 3 starts ago, missed the start a wee bit from box 5, but got home very well in a very strong Class 3, Class 4 field. Straight Class 3 tonight, we could see Fastback King bounce back to the dice here for a top 3 placing. Boston Strike's another one that recently downgraded from Class 4, lined up on Monday. Wasn't a bad run, didn't get a lot of racing room, and returns to this track. I think Boston Strike's better on this track, and getting away from the Class 4s, having its first run in Class 3 company, back in Class 3 company on this track, could be a better proposition here. Boston Strike returning to hat-trick. Plenty of times, another one that's had a couple of tough draws, tried to get around the outside of them on Monday, did a fairly good job, but the 2 front runners got right away, and plenty of time. Another one that's probably a little bit better on the circuit, runs both tracks very well, but back onto this track, could go a good race here. Plenty of time, tough draw, but more than capable. Scott My Money didn't get the start last time out for some reason here for Nathan Newley, looking for another win tonight. Nathan, along with Dave Scott, and Scott My Money, looking to show that box speed that she has been showing throughout her career. She showed plenty of speed here, 2 starts back from the inside draw, and she's going to have to work very hard from this draw of 6. Scott My Money will probably need to lead to win. And Death Star also bounced back with a nice second last time out for Alicia Spate, going a much better race. Another one that lined up in Class 4 company, just 2 starts back, or 3 starts back, and a good performance here last Friday, and looking to improve on that to second placing. So we do have a $4 favourite with the book, a $3.80 favourite, and it is the Philippa Lamis Carol Morris runner in Chinese Star. They on CPF Class 3 sprint, about to kick off a new treble. Favourite is the 2 here, Chinese Star. She's looking for her 5th win as the bunny gets underway for race number 4. Just about there, ready and racing, flying up wide here. Death Star made a very good beginning. There goes plenty of time, also charging through. Fastback King's nice and handy with Homebush Ramona charging around the outside. Boston Strike back in the field now to Scott My Money, also there. Death Star, the 2 at the back of Chinese Stars got back with Homebush Churro. They go for home, plenty of time will come away to beat Fastback King. Then we go here to Boston Strike, got to 3rd, followed there by Homebush Ramona. Back in the field here too, but Death Star, Scott My Money. Chinese Star didn't get into it, nor did Homebush Churro. Plenty of time. If you have been backing plenty of time over the last few weeks, you will be happy. You'll get a nice $7-8 price tonight. Death Star made the best beginning, plenty of time. Cleared the inside 3 dogs, showed very good speed. The 1 dog pushed up, but plenty of time. Cleared away from Fastback King, and also Boston Strike getting home well, but plenty of time. Will get win number 6. start 19 and has run a 17:58 PB for Plenty of Time. That run up time 7:09 and the run home is 10:49. Nice strong performance here for Plenty of Time for Lisa Ahern. Well done to Lisa Craig Wendell and the Tinakori Road Syndicate. And they get another. Comes right away. We'll just quickly grab some margins. 4.5, 3/4 and a length and a quarter. As we come back to you, Ryan, it was another even betting race and Plenty of Time gets home tonight at a very good price.
Thanks, Daryl. 4, 1, 3 and 5. Back to the park, race number 2. Nice first 4 carry forward here. And Gerald Shand, who's had a couple of nice gallopers in his day, Shan Dream being one of them, he owns the favourite here, Shandale, and I understand it went really good at the workouts recently.
Yeah, it did, Ryan. Bolted in here. Talked to Craig Thompson about that right now, in fact. Craig, he's a lovely 2-year-old, this guy, and his latest win, of course, came towards the end of last month, but his workout here last week was impressive.
It was against predominantly 2-year-olds, and it was only a 1,700 metre heat. They didn't go overly quick, but it was the manner that he won. He distanced them in the finish, and good enough to place behind Lazarus 2 starts ago, and then pretty good maiden field, including Sky Art last start. Everything to depend on the second row here on how Fiery Luster gets, or Fiery Luster gets off the gate. I think gets off good enough to punch through, and of course he's got options to get off, being the only horse on the second row. So I put him on top. I do think Little Rascal's the one to beat purely because it's got the gate speed to lead.
Plenty of Time takes out race 4, 4, 1, 3 and 5. They're the Wanganui Greyhounds, 820, 270, 280 and 150. 39.90 the Quinella, 282.40 the Trifecta, and that first 4, $1,416.90. But the favourite, Shandale, completing his preliminary. 250 now the tote, 220 the book. Money coming for Little Rascal, the Dunn combination of John and Robert looking for a race-to-race double. Of course, RJ with 2 in the race. Here's J Dub with world champion driving son Dexter Dunn sitting in the bike. Tony Herlihy is one of our trainers / driver to follow throughout the night, and each and every drive that he has here this evening, we'll hear from him. Here's what he had to say about runner number 7 in this. Tony Haston Bromack, pretty nice type of horse, this.
Yeah, he's a developing sort of horse, Greg. He's got a bit of potential and learning to race. He's still pretty green and what have you, but he's getting the hang of things and getting probably better and better. But they all go pretty quick, and he's thereabouts most nights, so he's racing good.
Yeah, solid enough run last week behind Prince of Pop, so he brings that sort of form again. He should be competitive, but drawn up in barrier 6, it's a bit of no man's land in some ways, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and they'll go 42 or so around the fence and keep going. So yeah, you got to be a bit extra. But in saying that, he's honest and he's learning all the time.
So that was Mr. 3,000. What's he up to? About 3,500 now, I suppose.
Yeah,
He's probably honing in on that anyway. Tony Herlihy, he never overstates the situation, but you listen intently to what he has to say, because he pretty much sums his horse's chances up very quickly, doesn't he?
Well, he was very good when he won second up this horse by American Ideal, and it's a big progression from maidens to C1s, and he's just taken a couple of runs to adjust to different speeds they go to, and drawn out where he is, Greg, he's going to need a little luck, because it's a very quick front row with Little Rascal drawn in at 3 and Little J-Dub at 4. Love as a Drug can leave the gate. So everything will depend on tempo in the races. We talk about these type of C1 races when they're small in numbers. You need horses to get you into the race. Hasten Bromack's going to need a 3-wide card into it.
All right, nice carry forward in the first 4 and up over $12,000 with 2.5 minutes or thereabouts to go here. That could go close to 20, maybe even 25.
I tell you how I play this race. I think this is a race you can play into the first 4 confidently. Little Rascal, Shandale on top. I think they're the 2 winners. I like Fiery Luster from the draw to trail Little Rascal. At worst, be 3 back on the fence. So definitely goes in the mix here. And you chuck in Tony's runner, Hasten Bromack, because if it sets up for a swoopers race, he'll be running on. I think those are around to your top 4. If you want to go a little bit wider and include one in there at longer odds, Love as a Drug always runs on. Zach Butcher aboard. I think this first 4 is achievable, Greg. I think it could be set up for horses on the speed.
Also got a head-to-head in this race. How did you mark that?
Fiery Luster over Hasten Bromack here. Not on the tote. They're a different kettle of fish here. Hasten Bromac well inside Fiery Luster in the market, but I thought the way the barrier draws set up here, if Little Rascal leads and Fiery Luster trails, I thought in the head-to-head, Fiery Luster is the one I'd be playing.
All right, 185 apiece it is. Something through from the bookmakers?
Yeah, the bookmakers are telling me $10,000 on Shandale, runner number 9, best back runner at the 220, 10,000 on horse 9, on screen in the Gerald Shan colours.
He has the ability and the looks to go with it, and Morris McHenry, trainer-driver, of course, of the smart son of Art Major. Let's get Aaron White's thoughts around race number 2. Not only have we got a nice pool in the first 4, Aaron, but it is building quite nicely, thanks very much, in the quaddie.
Yeah, you're right there, getting up to 13,500. For me, 9 Shandale, most impressive, winning here over tonight's 2,200 metres, taking his maiden by more than 5 lengths. Morris McHenry, the trainer-driver, that was after being very good in the Sire Stakes heat at Cambridge. The 3 Little Rascal did a nice job last week, a good winner 2 starts ago. John Dunn, John and Robert with a real good chance to pick up the first 2 on the program tonight. 7 Hasten Bromac well in the mix, and 8 Crockett's Cullen. Well, he's the interesting horse in the race. He's 13 and 430. He's galloped in all 3 runs at Cambridge. He's got something about Cambridge. I don't know what it is, but his workout form here has been pretty good. Craig, what do you assess around Crockett's Cullen in a race like this?
He's a horse that's hard to follow. Aaron, I totally agree with you and concur that on his best behaviour, he's up to being right in this race. Barry 8's going to make it difficult for him because he's got no gate speed. He'll have to go back probably with Hasten Bromac early and get into the race late. But Brett Mangus, a very astute trainer, and understand this horse has been working nicely. So I think he's definitely one of those ones, Greg, you put in your thick end of your first 4.
Of course, he's in the South Island on Sunday with Vibuti in the Rangiora Classic and Tootenwa, who I'm really looking forward to seeing progress through the grades. Very smart 3-year-old, as we know. Favourite for this one is Shandale. And goes head-to-head here with Little Rascal, the Pan-Pacific Flight 3-year-old, of course. That's
Mac at 8.10 and 2.10, and Love is a Drug number 6 at 8.90 and 2.60. $11 and 2.40 Fiery Luster off barrier 1. Thank you, Greg. And the runners in behind the yellow bar arm. First leg of the early quaddie. We open a double and a good carry forward in the first 4 here. So good luck with all of those investments as the runners make their way into the lane. 2,200 metres, Shandale inside second row draw. 2-year-old by Art Major will run the favourite. Starter Frank Phelan activates the green light. Sims Pacific Metals mobile field a go, and charging off the mobile to be the early leader will be J Dub to get across Fiery Luster. 3 lengths Shandale's got a lovely drag through from the second line. Crockett's Cullen moves forward as they work on to the stables corner. They're followed by Sage Creek and Love as a Drug, Hasten Bromac, and Little Rascal not used for speed early. He's been taken back to last. Into the back goes J Dub. 17.50 left to go by 2. Fiery Luster, Crockett's Cullen moving up around the favourite Shandale. Crockett's Cullen might have a play for the lead here for Mango. They're followed Love as a Drug, then Sage Creek. Further back in the field, Hasten Bromac. And 2 lengths Little Rascal. 42 and 2 the lead time, and Crockett's Cullen, he does work on to the lead as they get to the end of the back straight and work the showgrounds turn a length and a half, and he settles beautifully in the lead here too. Crockett's Cullen a length and a half over J Dub. Fiery Luster third and parked around favourite Shandale. 3 back against the marker line. 1-1 Love as a Drug and Zach Butcher. Track forward by Hasten Bromac, who's racing on the outside of Sage Creek, and Little Rascal. John Dunn back at the tail. Into the lane they come, 1,200 to go. 30 and 5 the opening quarter. Sims Pacific Metals pace, and it's Crockett's Cullen. Little Rascal been asked to come from the back now by John. He progresses forward with purpose out 3 wide. J-Dub in the trail, and Fiery Luster still parked as they work the stables corner. Then Love as a Drug 1-1. Shandale on the inside as Little Rascal now gets outside Crockett's Cullen. Hasten Bromac second last. Sage Creek Dylan Ferguson last on the inside. Out to the 800 they go, and Crockett's Cullen second, quarter in 30.5. Leads by a length. Getting to its wheel is Little Rascal. Around its stablemate J-Dub in the trail. Fiery Luster, Scott Phelan 1-1. Shandale 3 back on the inside will require a wee bit of luck from there. Then Love As a Drug. Further back, Sage Creek and Haston Bromac. Crockett's Cullen, 500 left to go to turn them off the back. Little Rascal right there. J-Dub, Fiery Luster about to be stoked up out of the 1-1. Then Shandale at the 400. The third quarter posted in 29 even. Further back in the field then As a Drug and then Haston Bromac. Sage Creek onto the turn they come. Little Rascal's got the measure of Crockett's Cullen. J-Dub, Fiery Luster, As a Drug. Shandale waiting this passing lane. It opens now. But Little Rascal pinches a length. J-Dub. Shandale starts to fly on the passing lane and As a Drug out wide. In front, Little Rascal. As a Drug diving at it. Little Rascal, As a Drug. John and Robert get the first two. And Little Rascal beats As a Drug. And third over Shandale, then Fiery Luster. J-Dub the next. Haston Bromac, Crockett's Cullen, Sage Creek. 239.9. 239.8 make it. 27.5 was the final quarter. 56.5 was the last half. And he sat out the back, sat Park, put the pressure into the lead. They've broken 240. Track in wonderful order for a great night of harness racing. But John and Robert, it was a good night for Robert Dunn, of course, last year, taking the Messenger. In fact, Robert Quinella, the Messenger, with John driving. And As a Drug for second, Shandale, and then Fiery Luster. Sims Pacific Metals, Mobile Pace.
Official placings, race 2, the Sims Pacific Metals Mobile Pace. 369157. All official, 369157. Horse 3, Little Rascal, paced the 2200 metres in a very good time of 239.89. It's a mile rate of 156.9. Last 856.6, the 427.5. The margins are neck, 2 lengths, 2 lengths. 369157, all official race 2, the Sims Pacific Metals Mobile Pace.
Fanfare indicating the performance incentive bonus struck by owner Ian Dobson here with Little Rascal, Pan's Pacific Flight, 3-year-old Brown Gelding out of Vita Franco, career win 3 at start 15, and all 3 victories have come here under the ribbon of light at Alexandra Park. Robert Dunn trained at Pukekohe, John Dunn doing the driving, so John and Robert, they opened the program with the first 2, and they were the combination that took the Dawson Harford Messenger last season, of course, bred by R.A. Kennedy, C.R. Kennedy and Miss N.M. Broderson. Simon Prendergast down there, part of the victory celebrations, along with Auckland Trotting Club steward Gordon Robertson. 6 As a Drug for second. Art Major Bay, 3-year-old filly at Aloma Fay for the Good Sports Syndicate. Barry Purdon trained at Clevedon, Zach Butcher. 9 Shandale for third, a 2-year-old bay colt by Art Major out of Delightful Dale. G.A. Shand, the owner, Morris McKendry, the trainer-driver out of Pukekohe. 3 Little Rascal, 3 and $1.20, 3 and $1.20. 6 As a Drug, $2.60, $2.60, and 9 Shandale at $1.20, $1.20. Quinella, $24 even, $24. Trifecta, $65.80, $65.80. And the first 4, $327.80, $327.80.
bank earlier on from the inside draw. Shake 'Em Up has had a win from box 1. I just think a little bit better out wide, but I'll probably be proven wrong. Off the inside is on the verge of a downgrade, and we've seen a couple of dogs on the verge of a downgrade tonight, not quite getting that downgrade, and it wouldn't surprise me if Shake 'Em Up stays up in Class 3 after tonight. Is the favourite, $3.50, $3.30 with the tote, and most certainly has his chance here for Nathan Newdy and Victor Arkowski. Also, my chances, I do give the even numbers all a good chance here. The 6 Popstar Rocket over the 2, 8 and 4. Popstar Rocket, just talking to Marcy Flip earlier on, and I just thought she could probably be getting close here to a win. She hasn't won here at Hat-Trick in 5 starts as yet, but the last 2 runs have been a lot better in fairly tough Class 3 fields out there in Box 6. Has won from the 6. Good Box 5 record, so normally does run well from the middle of the pack here, Popstar Rocket. So I've gone for that on top. I think Marcy was saying if she does get a win, she'll probably end up retiring her. Also, the 2 here, Crystal Wave. Now, Crystal Wave's just a matter of time. He goes back to Class 4. Doesn't normally take much or take long to return to Class 4 company. Coming off a couple of very good Class 3 runs, 1 here, and also 2 back at the Manawa 2 for Bill Hodgson and Danny Meets. Out wide runs for Gas. Just hasn't really got the jump in the last couple here. Runs for Gas, but more than capable. We know that, and can get around the outside. Yet to win from an outside draw. Runs for Gas, but we know he's got a bit of gas and he can get around them and put himself into the top 3. And the 4 Peacock Princess, another one out there in the blue rug. She is very quick. She's a 6 race winner, 50% winning strike rate in sprints. And Peacock Princess for Angela Turnwald has been well supported in the last 3 starts. And if you have been backing Peacock Princess, well, at the moment you are getting $7.20 and $6, and this is what you do, get in very even field, some good prices for dogs that you have been following. And Peacock Princess has been around the $3, $5 mark in her races, and you are getting slightly better tonight. Waimec Dave, we call Waimec Dave the Ascot Park specialist, but I tell you what, he's not too bad around Hat-Trick either, Waimec Dave. He's had 3 wins here, and he's not out of this. He ran down the track 2 weeks back at the Manawa 2, but he was a winner here in Class 2 company. He's been to Class 3 before, and he's more than capable in this grade. What a great dog he's been. 170 starts for 21 wins. Step up in class won't be a problem. He's got plenty of experience. Homebush Tyree took that full 2 starts ago, so maybe the jury's out on him. Hopefully the confidence okay. Corborn Arrow, another one that ran a good race here, 2 starts back in behind Homebush Olive. So Shake 'Em Up remains favourite off the inside. Nathan Newdy looking for his second box 1 win. The Rock 95.2 FM to kick off a double for the Class 3 sprinters. Favourite off the inside. Only just about there. Ready. And racing and just stepping out the best here is Peacock Princess along there with Shake 'Em Up, and now trying to come around the outside is Corborn Arrow, getting around up the inside. Popstar Rocket just around the outside to run for gas, and behind Waimec Day dropping off here Crystal Wave and also Homebush Tyree. They go for home out wide. Peacock Princess the inside, Shake 'Em Up. Oh, this is very close. We've got Peacock Princess the outside, Shake 'Em Up the inside. It could go either way, and it's very close here for third as well between Popstar Rocket and Run for Gas. There's nothing in that. Not far away was Waimec Dave, was closing off, not too far off them, Corborn Arrow, and the other one just up ahead of them, if I didn't call it Crystal Wave, the one that dropped off was Homebush Tyree. Great finish, and the 4's gone up. Peacock Princess on the outside. There won't be a great deal in it, but she will get the win and has got the better of Shake 'Em Up. Good race. It was a good race there for third as well, and the 6 will get that, Popstar Rocket. So it's going to be 4, 1, 6 and 8. Good finish between the first 2 and also for that 3rd and 4th, and the best of the rest was Waimec Dave. We'll grab a time for you, 17:73, 4:16 and 8:10:64 the run home. We'll get that lead up time soon. The margin ahead by 1 1/4 ahead. And Peacock Princess for the Puccini McCarthy Peacock Princess Syndicate combination. Angela Turnbull, the trainer. Start 21, win number 7, also win number 3 on the track. 7:09 will be that run-up time there for Peacock Princess. So there goes running of the 5th, and Peacock Princess by Earl Gallo out of Blue Ostie takes it there to takes out race number 5. Race number 6 here, Ryan, the Pella Mountain Scientific Nutrition for the Class 4s, and going here for the 6, almost got it on the downgrade. Race number 6 will have you back prior to 10 to 7.
Thanks, Daryl. 4-1-6 and 8 only. Just Peacock Princess 541.70. Shake 'em up 130. Pop Star Rocket $2. 1 and 4 $7.10. 4-1-6 101.50. 4-1-6-8 $630.40. 2-1-4 and 4 the quaddie $627.60. Well done if you found that quaddie, the early one today from Hattrick. Race number 3 up next is from Ipswich. Get you over to Ippy for the 3rd on the card, and Frederick, number 8, has come up as the favourite. $2.70 for Frederick, just ahead of Hell's Enemy, number 1, a $2.80 chance. It's a novice event over 431 metres, and we're 6 minutes away.
Yes, wake up and recognise the bonus scheme that is providing extra incentives to your Thoroughbreds earnings. With cash bonuses of $10,000, $30,000 and $50,000 added to your Thoroughbreds winnings, the TBS bonus scheme is essential to your Thoroughbred investment. By targeting TBS races, points earned with each race can lead to fantastic extra bonuses, including the chance to win an overseas holiday every 2 months, the chance each year for owners to win a brand new vehicle. Take racehorse Connor John. While winning only one race, but by targeting TBS bonus races, Connor John won his owner a brand new Kia Sportage. Incentives that are a bonus in anyone's books. Be in to win with the Thoroughbred bonus scheme.
Up Shimon, Master Levros passing lane, King Denny Shimon, between runners, Stent, he's coming through strongly, Stent, Shimon, they hit it, Shimon! Shimon will get the Anzac Trotting Cup.
Master Lavros leads, but here comes Stent. Stent went up to Master Lavros, and here's a million reasons for Colin John Francis to Philippi to smile. Stent won it.
These 3 matches tonight, it's going to be an absolute beauty. Stent on the drift, $2 out to $2.20. Punters are worried clearly that out of 3 races over 3,200, it's only run a place on 1 occasion. Surely though this year it's in the best form it's been in, but the value around Stent, $2, no thanks, said the punters. Mum's Pride 7's out to 8s. That's one Aaron White doesn't mind. Now last year, Master Lavros won it, but it was decided in the inquiry room, well it held on in the inquiry room over Shimon. Those two, $5 for Shimon, Master Lavros, just out of touch in the last half an hour to $5.50. That's the market for the 2015 Can-Am Row Cup Trot, 3,200 metres, and gee whiz, $2.20 for Stent. Look, I'll be honest, you've got to have it on top. You have to have it on top. But $2.20, probably not as confident as that. Yes, you put it on top, but just the 2 mile is the only question for some punters, and that's the question I'm asking too. Be interesting as we get closer to hear the thoughts of our experts, Greg and Craig, and of course Aaron White, who was pretty keen on Mum's Pride there, bringing in that winning form at around the $8 mark. did quote that as a value bit of the day on radio earlier on today. Ipswich Greyhounds, race number 3 is our next port of call. Now, just one other stat. Let me just digress again and continue to talk about the feature tonight. Shimon has won all 3 Group 1s for the Trotters this season at Alexandra Park. So tonight, in fact, it's looking to win all 3. It's won 2 already with the Anzac Cup last week. So Shimon and the Alex Park form clearly been very, very good this season. And, you know, given last week, it might not be any reason to think that can't repeat the dose. So, looking to wrap up all 3 of the trotting Group 1s tonight, Shimon. Just another little piece to the puzzle when you are deciding which one to back. Maybe you already have. Good luck to you if you have. Right, Ipswich race number 3. Got to have a yarn about this now. We're less than 2 minutes out. $2.60 for number 1, Hell's Enemy. 4 starts at 1 on debut. It's been average since. It's been racing at Ipswich lately in novice races and going a little bit average. Hector Marley is number 4. It's at $5 and $1.80. This one on the form line looks really good. A third 2 seconds, a win in a second. Just in really good form. Probably needs a clear run though from box number 4, Hector Marley. Nice price though, $5 and $1.80. The 9 comes into this one, Dacey's Cosmo, number 9, and that comes in for the 7. So Dacey's Cosmo's had 1 win from 28 starts, 7 minor placings. First start at Ipswich for the 9, but maybe a little bit of quality inside it. Classy Barcy, number 6. What's this doing? 14s and 260 for a last start winner, Classy Barcy, and has had 1 win in 2 seconds from 5 starts. Racing has been, though, out in the Wop-Wops in Kapalaba. No idea where Kapalaba is. It's never featured on any channels I've worked on, Kapalaba, but if that form can step up here, maybe that would be a surprise, which is why we see it 14s though into 11s now, Classy Barcy. On the drifties though, the favourite Hell's Enemy, the 8 Frederick coming in, place form good, 2/3, a second and a third. It's had 6 places and 1 win from 10 starts, so it's been pretty good. Yeah, the 4 and the 8 on paper are the 2 that stand out, the 4 and the 8. Alexandra Park less than 8 minutes away. Let's get to the team at Ipswich for race number 3. Then we'll go to the park where Idle Bones lines up a favourite, $3.40 and $3.70. Gee, it was good here a couple of weeks ago. Streaked away. And then it just getting some information through as I talk about Idle Bones. Then it just found that Group 1 a little bit tough last start in open class. Okay, the news is that Ipswich are just holding for Albion Park. So that is a race that is not on our network. So we're going to record Ipswich and play that a little bit later, Ipswich. And we'll get to the park and soak up some of the build-up on the big night here. The Crombie Lockwood Handicap Trot for the 4-year-olds, C3 to C6. Let's hand it over to the boys to talk about the chances here in the 3rd.
Thanks for that, Ryan, as we build into a start in the 3rd leg of our first treble, and the favourite is Idle Bones. $3.40, the book, $3.90. Craig Thompson, she was back to her best when winning here 2 starts back, and of course took on the big guns in the Group 1 Anzac last week.
Yeah, and she did. She missed away, Greg, and she got a long way back. But she was actually running on again at the line. I thought it was good enough to suggest dropping back in company here that she could win, albeit off the 30-metre handicap. She'll have to do things right because there are some good beginners in here. San Diego Love, of course, Jasinski, Barry and Waterloo Sunset, to name a few. So She's not past the post here, but I think she can win the race, and I put her on top, runner number 11.
Doesn't she look in fantastic order tonight? I know that the striking grey, and on a week where Monkey Bones, the sire, we lost, it would be appropriate if she was able to win, but she does look very race fit tonight. Very bright,
very bright. The ears are up, and she paraded very well, Greg. She is the one to beat. Of course, I think the danger now with our Dainty Lady dropping back from Class 5 to Class 4, had a little bit worried about the being in season tonight. That worries me. But I thought her last start, if it wasn't as bad as it looked, and of course you go back to the second behind Idle Bones 2 starts ago, that form reads very well here.
Head to head here, San Diego Love and Waterloo Sunset. Driving San Diego Love is none other than Tony Hurley. Tony, she's always so consistent. She's definitely competitive every time she goes out, and she was too good last week.
Yeah, got a deserved win last week, and did a good job to get it too. She got a bit of a check at the start, and and she'll be competitive in this grade too, because she's pretty honest old girl and trotting good, and seems probably as good as she's been all season at the moment.
Hardest horse to beat's probably Idle Bones. Do you think she could give you 30 metres and still beat you? Because it won't be easy off that back mark for her.
No, the way she trotted 2 starts back and went, she will be very hard to beat if she brings that to the track tonight. But, San Diego Love's always thereabouts. You have to have her in your trifectas.
So Tony Hurley talking about San Diego Love. She has been ultra consistent. What concerns me a little bit tonight, Craig, is although she gets a start off the likes of Idle Bones, it is another step up for her, isn't it?
It is. I think she's a mare that'll suit being off the front here. I think she follows a good speed, and she can come off the back of most trotters here. I'm not too worried about horses off the front here. It's the handicap ones like our Dainty Lady and Idle Bones. If she can begin and get in front of them, and considerably in front of them, she's up to winning a race like this. She was very good winning last week. I mean, that time last week, 2:49. If you break 2:50 at Alexandra Park from a standing start over 2,200 metres, you are running along at a decent speed. All Gal won the first leg, Little Rascal the second leg. The triple favourite in the third leg is with Idle Bones at $149, Waterloo Sunset $190, and third favourite in the treble is with runner number 2, San Diego Love, at $173.
There is Barry. He's done a great job since coming north. He's had the 6 starts here at the park for 2 wins and 3 placings. And more importantly, tonight for the connections, he's up for the money bags.
Yeah, were you a little bit disappointed in his run last week?
Yeah, I was. I thought he should have gone better with the run he had. He still ran on okay. Tonight, I think he'll jump off the mark pretty quickly, get himself in on the markers, and therefore gives himself an each-way chance.
Yeah, I was just wondering, he's been up for a while this time. I mean, he was racing around Christmas, and what are we at the end of April now? I just wondered whether maybe he might have just had enough in this campaign, and saying that, I'm sure Ken Barron wouldn't have him here tonight unless he thought he was 100%. But yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in his run last week, and that is the reason I haven't found him in my top 4. I marked him 11, 9, 6 and 2. 11, 9, 6 and 2. Through from the racing desk. Thanks to Sal for passing on that information to us. I know with the earthquake down there, they're probably having a few trials and tribulations, but $5,000 on runner number 11, Idle Bones, and another $3,000 as I speak. So $8,000 on the favourite, horse number 11, the grey trotter, Idle Bones.
Been all beer and skittles, if you like, with Telecom in the last couple of hours either. So if you're having trouble with your communications, there hasn't certainly been any problem with the tab.co.nz line. There's our Dainty Lady and James Stormont. 5 wins now from 44. That slight in-season concern, although I don't want to put people off completely, because we have seen mares race well in that condition in the past.
Yeah, we have. It tends to probably be more a 70-30 situation, where 70% they don't go any good and 30% they do. It's not really a 50-50 for me, but I know what you're saying, Greg. Just because she's in season doesn't mean she won't go any good tonight. It is a little bit of a concern. Now, prior to knowing that, I thought she was a great each-way chance in the race. I thought she's a horse that, with that extra 10 metres in the handicap now being downgraded from last week, really brought her into this race.
You know, the scalping boots on Waterloo Sunset, Paul Nairn, the master trainer that he is, just touching him behind slightly last week, so he's made that gear change, and great to get that information nice and early tonight, especially for those playing into the treble and, of course, the quaddie. He galloped in the trail when looking likely to get a fair slice of the pie last week.
I think he's better in front. What I have my concern is, we saw in the first with Luck Chin with horses like Jasinski and of course Djokovic, he likes to be in front as well, so it won't be easy for Waterloo Sunset with Jasinski in the race. You'd want to beat him to the marker pegs, and if he does, yeah, he's right in it.
Just on a minute out from a start, race number 3, Aaron White off the back of breaking 2:40 in the previous. There's clearly no problem with the track surface.
Yeah, you did right there. Another perfect surface for racing on tonight. 11 Idle Bones for me. Took on the Anzac Cup. Was running on in the Anzac Cup last week over the 2,200 metres after demoralising his opposition on the 10th of April, including Our Dainty Lady by nearly 7 lengths. Clearly on top. She's got to come from that 30-metre back mark, but she's back in winning form, $2.80 into $1.90. 2 San Diego Love, always had a lot of time for the Love You mare with the front row. Tony Hurley, 9 Our Dainty Lady well in the mix, and 1 Dead Cat Bounce put in a game run last Friday night. 11, 2, 9 and 1 in the Crombie Lockwood for me.
Thanks for that, Aaron. Getting a good look there at Dead Cat Bounce. Of course, Mark Purdon driving for Matthew Pemberton. Their association, those two, goes back, or the Pemberton family, a very long way.
And it was a good run last week when Mark was aboard. Battled on okay to run into third. Greg behind Mum's Pride. Did everything right. And I think falls in that same category. Outside first 4 chance here. Would rely on a couple of others making mistakes. Just quickly, we've got about 20 seconds to this race. Your bet of the night tonight?
Look, I know I got lambasted on the box seat by Michael for tipping Mon Bay, but I still think he's a terrific chance of winning the Derby. I'm also quite taken by the 280 about a Hoka Punter. I know it's a Group 1, and I know there's some very good horses in it, Sky Major and Dalton Bromack and Border Control, but he holds all the aces for me from barrier 1.
Well, I tell a lot of people ask me the same thing. What would you take about him? And I said simply, if Adore Me or Chris and me were in this race on barrier 1, what would they be at?
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's got the draw, and I think it's his race to lose. Not far from getting in behind the tape for our third tonight, the Crombie Lockwood Handicap Trot. They put a lot into harness racing, Crombie Lockwood. They sponsor the third tonight. The favourite will start, the grey in the red with the white stars of the Brett Mangos colours. Will start off the back mark of 30 metres. Let's head upstairs as Jasinski digs in the toes to Aaron White.
Been asked to come for Craig. Squaregate has been asked to come up onto their marks here. A front 10 and 30 metre barriers in operation with the favourite off the 30 metre back mark, the grey, by Monkey Bones. Sad to hear of the passing too this week of Sire Monkey Bones. Left some nice horses too through his time, Monkey Bones, including this one, Idle Bones, to run our favourite here. Oh, Meander with Pegasus rose high in the air. I think Tony Hurley and Mark Purdon very, very lucky that Meander with Pegasus didn't come crashing down on either one of those. She'll swing in again here. 2,700 metres, Crombie Lockwood Handicap Trot. Starter Frank Phelan. Hits the button, the barrier strands release and they're off, and Idle Bones makes a good beginning from her 30 metre back mark. In fact, they're all down and trotting. Waterloo Sunset is going to be the first out over Barry and Meander with Pegasus on the inside as they work on to the showgrounds turn. 4 lengths, Dead Cat Bounce will settle down in 4th. 2 lengths, Lucky Fortune. He's negotiated the start a lot better tonight than he did last week. Our Dainty Lady, Jasinski. San Diego Love, she was a bit tardy off her mark. She's gone back second last in Idle Bones with the early good genuine tempo on. She's chasing hard from that 30 metre back mark. She's in a gap of a half a dozen lengths, but Barry does get around Waterloo Sunset now, so the tempo will come out of the race. In fact, Waterloo Sunset wants to get around and take the lead again off Barry, and will do so as they work to the judge 2 to go. Meander with Pegasus is third for Scotty Phelan, and Lucky Fortune Andrew Neal progressing forward up on the outside park. Jasinski 1-1. Dead Cat Bounce now 4 back on the markers. San Diego Love on the outside of Our Dainty Lady, and the favourite Idle Bones has connected on to the train back last. Lucky Fortune to have a play for the lead. 1,800 left to go. Waterloo Sunset, though, kicks up. That's a real David Goliath battle through the back, isn't it? Small versus big at this stage. The small horse is going to come out on top and take over Lucky Fortune over Waterloo Sunset, and the lead time will be posted in 1:25. A length and a half Barry. Jasinski now 4th and parked. Meander with Pegasus 5th and 4 back on the marker line, and the 1-1 is San Diego Love. Then Dead Cat Bounce on the inside of Idle Bones, and Our Dainty Lady on the back of the favourite. 1,400 left to go as they sweep across the showgrounds turn, and Waterloo Sunset. Well, Bob Butt, dead keen to lead with Waterloo Sunset. Did gallop in the trail, swinging for home last week, so wants the lead here and will get it again off Lucky Fortune, who'll trail. Jasinski 3rd and parked around Barry. In the 1-1 is San Diego Love. Back on the inside, Meander with Pegasus. Back in the field is Idle Bones. She's chugging along nicely back 3rd last. 2nd last, Dead Cat Bounce. And back last, Our Dainty Lady. A circuit to go, 32.5 the opening quarter in the Crombie Lockwood Trot. 900 to go on the stables quarter. Waterloo Sunset leads Jasinski and Lucky Fortune trailing third. Then came San Diego Love 1-1 for the Iceman Tony Hurley. Around Barry the inside for the Postman Blair Orange. Then further back Idle Bones meander with Pegasus, Our Dainty Lady. And Dead Cat bounced the last 32.8 the second quarter. Through the back they go. Waterloo Sunset, a half a length Jasinski. Back on the inside, then getting that lovely run in the trail is Lucky Fortune as they trot to the end of the back straight. San Diego Love 1-1, then Barry, Idle Bones. She's only 5 lengths off the lead as they come off the back. Then came Meander with Pegasus. Our Dainty Lady will wait the run of the favourite, and Dead Cat Bounce looking to work into the race. 29 6 the quarter down the back. Waterloo Sunset leads by a neck Jasinski. Lucky Fortune, big danger in the trail, waiting the passing lane. San Diego Love, Idle Bones to the outside. Further back, Barry, Our Dainty Lady. Waterloo Sunset for home, a length and a half. Lucky Fortune. San Diego Love, Idle Bones starting to wind up, but too late down the outside. Waterloo Sunset put that down to the drive of Bob Butt. He wanted to be the leader into the home straight the final time, and that's why he's bolted in 329.3 over Idle Bones up for second, then Lucky Fortune, Barry. San Diego Love further back was Jasinski. They were followed Our Dainty Lady. Back in the field then to Dead Cat Bounce, and the last across Meander with Pegasus make that 328.3 home and 28.3. Lovely drive, Bob Butt. Of course, this horse just wanted to climb onto the leader's back into the home straight last week. Bob wanted to be in front, let him have a real good look around that final corner, and he's trotted away powerfully. Nice run, Idle Bones up for second in front of Lucky Fortune. San Diego Love will pick up the fourth there just in front of Barry Crop.
Official placings, race 3, the Crombie Lockwood Handicap Trot. 6-11-8, 2-5-4. 6-11-8, 2-5-4. Horse 6, Waterloo Sunset, trotted the 2,700 metres from a stand in 3:28.36. It's a mile rate of 2:4.1. Last 857.9, the 428.3. The margin's 3 lengths, 3/4 of a length, 2 lengths. 6-11-8, 2-5-4, race 3, the Crombie Lockwood Handicap Trot.
6 Waterloo Sunset back at the head of the field on the judges' call. Graham McLennan and Waterloo Sunset career win 4 at start 12. Lovely drive by Bob Butt for Paul Nairn, the trainer out of Leaston. Owners the Red and White Syndicate, Clive and Rona Mackay, along with PC Nairn Limited. Sundon 5-year-old Bay Stallion out of Inspire back at the head of the field, greeted by Peter Hales for Crombie Lockwood, and Auckland Trotting Club steward Roger Barnes down there in attendance. Waterloo Sunset bred by the Mackays along with the Red and White Syndicate and Mrs. Essie Nairn. Gets the job done nicely in the Crombie Lockwood, beating out 11 Idle Bones. Big run off the 30-metre back mark. With that time, she would have had to run a pretty sensational time to beat out Waterloo Sunset. Monkey Bones, Idle Fiore Grey, 5-year-old mare. For the Sylvia Racing Syndicate, BJ Howlett, Mrs. Ellie Howlett and JR Howlett. Brent Mangos, the trainer-driver, Pukekohe. And 8 Lucky Fortune for third. A Bryland Boys House Lucky Chestnut 4-year-old gelding, raced by AP Neal. Andrew and Lynn Neal trained at Cambridge. Andrew Neal. 6 Waterloo Sunset at $4.60 and $1.80. $4.60 and $1.80. 11 Idle Bones at $1.60 or $1.60. And 8 Lucky Fortune returns $4.70, $4.70. The Quinella returns $6.70, $6.70. Trifecta $255.50, $255.50. First four, $905.70, $905.70. 3 and 6 in the double at $16.50, $16.50. 3 and 11 concession at $7.50, $7.50. And the treble 7, 3 and 6, $190.20, $190.20. Bublets Transport, Manukau Cup for the kids' carts, 600 metres. They're over at their start points. Bublets Transport for all your rural and general cartage needs. Phone 078299 373 or andrew.btl at extra.co.nz. So Betsy Boo, Shannon McEwen out of the Cumu Kids Carts, along with Pumpkin, Nathan Darby from the Franklin Kids Carts. They'll be off the limit draws. Dusty and Waikato, Tinkerbella, Linda Pringle, Cumu. Yeah. 10 and 20 behind, 30 behind Clyde and Harrison Darby out of the Franklin Kids Carts. Jelly also 30 behind Holly Noakes for Franklin. Tonto and Brianna Thomas for Cumu. 40 behind is Cossack and Danny McFarlane with Lightning and Taitlin Hanara. Good luck to Taitlin having her last drive in Kids Carts here. Playboy, Sapphire Forsyth, Cumu, Tosca, Bailey Rogerson, Waikato as they get underway. Caramello and Caleb Bublets makes a good beginning. He's also from the Waikato Kids Carts and from the Long Mark, Eros and Jordan Treweek. So the Bublets Transport 2015 Manukau Cup for the kids are underway and out nicely. Betsy Boo from up on the outside. Pumpkin will land second, and then came Dainty in third as Dusty, I should say. They're followed then by Tinkerbella. They're followed by Clyde. Further back in the field then, making ground on the inside was Lightning. To its outside was Tosca. Further away in the field then to Tonto. Just underneath that was Jelly. Out wider on the track was Cossack. They're followed by Playboy. Further back is Caramello and Eros the last as they come across the showgrounds turn. And in front, Betsy Boo and Shannon McEwen leading. Getting up on the outside is Pumpkin and Nathan Darby. And getting right around runners Tosca, Bailey Rogerson onto the scene quickly. Also Lightning and Taitlin Hanara having her last drive in the kids' car. She's about to come to the outside. Tinkerbella's in behind for Linda Pringle. They're followed then by Dusty. Nessie Turin just put in a long stride there, and further back then to Clyde and Harrison Darby. It's Tosca though and Bailey Rogerson for the Waikato Kids Carts, and breaks away 3 or 4 lengths here over Lightning. Back on the inside, Betsy Boo, and they're followed Tinkerbella and Pumpkin. Down the outside is Clyde. 50 left to go. 2015 Manukau Cup for the Kids Carts, sponsored by Bublets Transport, and it goes the way of Tosca and Bailey Rogerson. Nice win. Lightning second, Taitlin Hanara. Home for third will be Clyde Harrison Darby, just in front of Pumpkin and Nathan Darby. They will follow Betsy Boo, Tinkerbella, Caramello. Jelly was the next. Further back in the field then was Playboy. They were followed by Cossack. Dusty back in the field with Eros, and the last across will be Tonto. Manukau Cup Kids Carts roaring away for the win. Tosca, Bailey Rogerson will take the spoils here and do it in fine fashion. Lightning chased hard. Taitlin Hanara, she'll be runner-up in her last drive. Again, good luck with your future, Taitlin. It's been good calling you through the kids' carts, and let's hope in a year or two we can have you out there on the bigger horses and calling you winners here under the ribbon of light at Alexandra Park. And Clyde will win the Derby battle. Harrison to beat Nathan. So Clyde home for third in front of Pumpkin, Nathan Darby. Ladies and gentlemen, back at the head of the field is Tosca. Bailey Rogerson out of the Waikato Kids Carts, and she picks up the Bublets Transport Manukau Cup for the Kids Carts tonight.
4 sprinters this time. Favourite on the tote is the 2 Winfield Winter, joint favourite with the 3 Spring Major with the bookmakers. Bunny on its way for the 6. Ready and racing out wide, jumping will be Mani Rubber, but now driving up on the inside. Now we've got Winfield Winter also there in Azuma, and Semantic looking to get around the outside. The rail opens up for Spring Major. They've got right away on Ginger Cole, almost got it. Captain's Choice also back with Mani Rama. They go for home. The inside here, Spring Major, the outside Winfield Winter. Spring Major will get there okay there from Winfield Winter. Oh, very close here for third. And Azuma may have got through to take that off. Semantic did. They got right away on the other half of the field. And the outside 4 dogs, Ginger Cole almost got it. Captain's Choice and Manu Rama. Inside 4 dogs dominating the race, and Spring Major will get the win. You can see driving through, Winfield Winter found the leader coming off the back straight, but the rail opened up nicely for Spring Major and stayed to the inside. Winfield Winter just moving away from the rail, allowing the 3 to come through, and Spring Major gets the win for Angela Turnwood over the 2 Winfield Winter and 1 Inazuma. He's picked up another check into third as we have a look at that head on, and a clean start for the 2, was able to cross the 1. The 1 came away from the rail, and that allowed the 3 Spring Major to get that good run through. Good time, 17.50. And the margin's 1 length by 2 by 3/4, 17.50 here. And confirming 3, 2, 1 and 4. The run home is 10.59. And we'll get that lead up time to you shortly. Nice win here, Spring Major, keeping up his very good record here at Hattrick. 3 wins now out of 5. Well done to the Canty, Jonathan and Fleetwood combination. 6.91 that lead up time. And Spring Major by Spring Gun out of 8 No Star. Win 7 off 17 for Angela Turnwald. Good run by the 2 Winfield Winter, also the recent downgrader, and Inazuma picking up another check there for Brian Goldsack and Sandy Denby. So that's the halfway stage in our meeting. We now focus on race number 7. There's our result there, and it is Spring Major $4.40 and $2. Winfield Winter at $1.60, and Inazuma the one at $1.80. 2-3 Quinella $7.60. 3-2-1 Trifecta $62.70. The 3-2-1-4 first for $190.30. And no doubt that triple trio will be updated. That was the first leg. There's the doubles: 4 and 3 $15.30, 4 and 2 concession $6.20, 4-4-3 treble $100.40. Our next race here at Hattrick Raceway will get the place 6 doubles and trebles underway. Second leg of that triple trio, the Dog Zone for the Class 2s. Our first 520 metre race of the night. Time to go at 17 after 7.
Cheers, Daryl. Appreciate that. And unders certainly were the way to go there in the sum of rugs. Also, if you had the 1, 2 and the 3, you'd be going pretty good in that first leg of the triple trio. 3, 2 and 1 were the numbers. And Spring Major successful there. As soon as I get an update, I will let you know. In regards to how many live units, I'll have a quick look. No, nothing through as yet. Indigo Greyhounds, race number 6, Nikki Fields is the favourite at $2.70 and $1.80. Place Market has Pride of Egypt as the fave, $5.80, $1.60. Inside Outside might be the way to approach this one. And you've got around 2 minutes to have a bet into race number 6. Now, one of the meetings that were meant to play today, the Gardens, if you're looking for the Gardens Greyhounds this evening, abandoned. No go there at the Gardens. Hopefully not too much damage done after the storm came through this week. 2 minutes out from Bendigo, Chiefs take on the Western Force at Waikato Stadium this evening. Here's a look at the first try scorer, Nino Williams, Bryce Heem. Heem onto the wing, replacing James Lowe. $8.50 you're getting for him. Nonai at $8 and $10 for Sonny Bill. Natai at $12, Tom Marshall $12, and Brad Webber on $12. Gee, 90 seconds out from a race. This bloke on the camera, he's going to give me a headache soon. Oh, there we go. There's the greyhounds. Nick Cummins there from the Force at $20. And Michael Leach, the chief player there at 16s. Gee, he's had a good season. Sam Kane at 16s. Marty McKenzie's going to play 10 for the Chiefs. Gets the nod ahead of Andrew Horrell and Damien McKenzie, who will both start off the bench. Hooker Elliott there at $21. Liam Messam also sitting this game out for the Chiefs. So without Cruden, without Messam for this game, without Cruden for the rest of the season, they're going to have to dig deep. There's not an easy game in this competition. So as they roll through, 30 seconds out from a start from the 6th at Bendigo, and this favourite just keeps on shortening. Nikki Fields, it's won 8 from 26. Last start second means it's in pretty good form for this one. Let's cross to the track for our first race today we take from Bendigo. It's race 6.
Super Tab. In this race here, Nikki Fields number 1 is 220 Super Tab at 330 fixed odds. Blinkers on number 5. Nikki Fields is grown by Knocker Norris and trained by Jared O'Keefe. Number 5 Blinkers on for Brooke Ennis here by Cosmic Rumble at 3 even and 240 fixed. Number 8, which is Pride of Egypt, which has been in pretty good form. It's got the extreme draw though. It's $5.90 and $5.50. And 7 Coral is ready at $11 and $8.50 fixed odds. The favourites here are numbers 1 and 5 for race number 6. Greyhounds are at the start now, 660 metres, moving in, starting signal getting set. Moving in now, Nikki Fields, number 1 at 270 and 330 fixed, and 5 Blinkers on, 3 even 245 fixed. And they're coming to line now, moving in, Nikki Fields, the insider, Carla Rosebud, Blinkers on, Coral. Pride of Egypt's got the extreme draw here, box 8, green light, ready to go now, Bendigo race 6 run over 660 metres, set to go. Racing, Nikki Fields on the inside began okay. Out to hurry there at Carla Rosebud, going up quickly there. Coral round the outside into the first turn. Going to the back straight though, and the leader was Carla Rosebud. It's about 3 out in front over Nikki Fields. Going past it there came No Danger on the outside. They were followed by Blinkers on into the action. Further back then came He's No Jet, followed by Pride of Egypt, and Coral is trailing out there with AJ Smoky. Off the back though, No Danger the leader. Drifting right back, Nikki Fields went out near the tail, but the leader was No Danger, a length and a half. Blinkers on, who angles. They were followed a gap in the race then by He's No Jet. Blinkers on going up on the inside after No Danger now, and Blinkers on takes the lead, and Blinkers on won it from No Danger. Up on the inside, Pride of Egypt third, followed by He's No Jet. Then came Carla Rosebud, Nikki Fields, followed by Coral, RJ Smoky, and the time 37.86. Number 5 Blinkers.
5, 4 and 8, Blinkers on gets it. 5, 4, 8 and 2 will be the first 4 numbers. 6 minutes out from race 4. It's a beaut evening and a good crowd in enjoying the hospitality at Alexandra Park, and start dreaming. First of the real hot favourites tonight, Greg O'Connor, $1.60 and $1.08.
As there should be people here, Ryan. You're right about that. It's a good crowd building, and we've got our 4 Group 1s to come. But start dreaming. She'll be through many, many multis. She was great 3 starts back, as we know, in the Oaks behind the Orange Agent. And since then, she's come to Alexandra Park on 2 occasions, winning both of those, including, Craig, last week, where she sat 3 wide on her own for the last lap. David Butcher just sat quietly in the bike. They turned for home, and she unleashed up the Alexandra Park straight.
Well, she did. He never moved on her, didn't have to draw the whip, and she did her under her own steam. Now, she's been a considerable mover in the market for not just the Jewels, but also the Oaks as well. I think she's into $7 for the Jewels at the moment after an opening quote of around about $18. So she has moved, Greg. She's going in the right direction. Limited starts, still mentally and physically not quite there, but I like the way she's progressing, and I think in a 2 or 3 weeks' time, leading to races like the Jewels, not saying she can beat the good ones, but she'll be very competitive.
Right, let's get down to business here. What's going to happen at the start? I talked to you about it before, but between Democrat Party and Start Dreaming, they hold the keys both on the tote and clearly at the start of the race. What unfolds early will determine who lands on the markers first.
Well, I think Democrat Party will definitely go forward, and I think Start Dreaming only has to follow across, Greg, for that for her then to possibly wrestle the lead off her, and then it's just, I believe, just a sprint up the straight. Who can out-finish each other?
Okay, head-to-head here, we've got Lusty Mac and Fizzy Lizzie. 170 plays $2. I know you're pretty keen on the Lusty Mac.
Well, I think you have to be. I mean, her wins in the last two starts have been very good. I just talked to Mike Berger off camera, and he's very happy with her filly. She's progressing. She's just taking the step every start, and won the second row following out Albuquerque's not the worst draw. As against Fizzy Lizzie last week, I can be honestly say I had something on her, and I thought she was a little bit disappointing. It may be that she needed the run. She follows out Culinary Delight, gets a good run through, but I thought the 170 on the head-to-head Lusty Mac over Fizzy Lizzie's okay.
There is Start Dreaming, the filly by American Ideal. David Butcher driving those famous colours of Barry Purdon. Of course, this one part owned by Brian West and the stud-owned Bloodstock Limited. Good luck to you, Brian, with this exceptionally talented filly. Tony Hurley has run a 3 in the race. He trains and drives at Walk of Fame. And here's what he had to say about the filly by Better's Delight. Well, she raced very well last week, Tony.
Yeah, she got a wee bit of luck staying on the fence and getting a run home there. So tonight there are some nice fillies there, and if she can run in 4 or 5, well, she'll go good again. But there are some nice fillies there on their way to probably the Oaks and bigger things. So yeah, but she's a nice, honest little filly as well.
Tony Hurley talking about Walk of Fame. She's won the 2 races, both of those here at Alexandra Park. That makes her money bags eligible, as is the case with Fizzy Lizzie here, Craig.
Yeah, she ran on okay last week behind Start Dreaming, Greg, and she's got a nice draw, barrier 3. I think she's one of those ones, at best, is probably a top 4 chance. That horse on screen I thought was slightly unlucky last week. I can see them going forward with her. The mare by Liz Mara. The Dunn team had a pretty good night tonight. John takes to drive. He's on 6 points in the Drivers' Challenge. This one I give a top 4 chance. I've actually got her on my top 4 because I think she's the first one to the market pegs early. And then I think she's got options to hand to one of the early favourites. So for me, I thought Culinary Delight definitely goes in your top 4s. Nothing through from the racing desk regarding race number 4. I suspect we'll hear something in the next 90 seconds.
It's been a couple of weeks for lesser size, if you like. Liz Mara, the sire of Culinary Delight, won 3 at Rangiora on Sunday. Pan-Pacific Flight, obviously getting some recognition too. So there's nice to see some of those sires that are not in the flashing lights that often doing
I think
the business.
The Pan-Pacific Flights are doing a really good job because they've got limited stock on the ground, and I think the oldest crop maybe 3 or 4. So, the likes of the Manipulator and also Little Rascal are certainly flying the flag for them at the moment.
Absolutely. There's a good look there at Lusty Mac. She's pretty talented, this filly by McCardle, and she's won the 4 from 8. She follows out Albuquerque, who has the blinds on, which is an indication to me that they're looking to come off the gate pretty hard tonight.
Well, I think what happens in these races, when you've got favourites drawn 5 and 6 and you're drawn inside it, everyone wants to trail a favourite, and I think Albuquerque and Culinary Delight falling in that category. They want to get out as good as they can to get behind one of the favourite runners, and I think that's why they've added the gear to Albuquerque. $10,000 on the favourite. Start Dreaming. The money is starting to flow on the favourite.
Better Think Twice makes her way back here to Alexandra Park, and she has raced well here in the past. Again, she's up against these 2 very talented fillies herself. Very well bred. She's by Better's Delight, and of course the Group 1 winner, Rona Lorraine.
Yeah, Greg, I thought her run at last start behind Smoke and Bird was just fair, and saying that a couple of things went against her. She's drawn midfield barrier number 4, Dexter Dunn aboard. He's been aggressive already tonight aboard J-Dub. He may be thinking, listen, if I can get across the 2 in front of the 2 favourites, it may be the spot to be. So I can see there's been a lot of speed on early in race number 4.
Of course, her latest 2 runs in a Nivellier heat behind Classical Art and behind Smoke and Bird in the Southland Oaks. Inside a minute out from a start, Craig. Therefore, how do we play race number 4 in your first?
Well, I thought the $2 when they offered on yesterday morning regarding Start Dreaming was very good money. I think I labelled her the bet of the night this week, and I thought she could win again. I think if she's going to progress into these big 3-year-old fillies races, she'll take another step, and I think tonight will be that step.
All right, she's got Nivellier finals, Oaks, and of course ultimately the Harness Jewels. Aaron White, do you see it as simple as a race in 2 as the punters do?
I've gone the other way though. I went Democrat Party. She comes into barrier 5. I think from there she's a real live chance in this. Zach Butcher for Barry Purdon. Start Dreaming very good last week, wasn't she? She's gunning for a hat-trick of victories tonight. David Butcher. Won Albuquerque with the better draw, And a 9 Lusty Mac, Phil Butcher. If she'd drawn anywhere bar one the second line, she would have definitely been my third pick, but she's going to need a wee bit of luck from there. Lusty Mac. Should be a good race. Some nice progressive mares in here. Fillies also, 6, 8, 1 and 9.
Thanks for that, Aaron. Pretty close to a start time. This one over the 2200. Result there from the Bendigo Greyhounds, 5, 4, 8 and the 2. $3, $1.40, 180 and 220. 10, 10 the Quinella, 105.30 your trifecta. 5, 4, 8, 2 first 4, 658.80. Craig?
Greg, later on in the program, I'm going to talk about pick 6. Of course, first leg will start race number 6 tonight. Do you see an anchor in the pick 6 tonight when you've looked through them? I mean, I know it's not an easy pick 6. I thought maybe in the last leg, Willow and Ideally could go a little bit short, but is there a
probably
leg?
Willow? Yeah, I think Willow. If you got to the last and you only had her on your ticket, I think that's the way I'd want to be.
That's the way to go. Okay, and behind the mobile for race number 4, the
Delight number 2. Thanks, Craig. The fillies and mares in behind the yellow bar arm for the fourth on the program to open a double. The Barry Purdon pair. Start Dreaming, runner-up in the Northern Oaks, and then 2 very good victories. Will start the favourite, Democrat Party. She'll start to the inside of her stablemate. Green light there. Jacobson Headstones, Fillies and Mares Mobile. And out strongly is Walk of Fame with Culinary Delight. Democrat Party's coming forward, as to Start Dreaming. Albuquerque holding up on the inside. Will take the early trail. But Democrat Party and Start Dreaming, they're coming forward now on the stable's corner. Lusty Mac, Fizzy Lizzie, and Better Think Twice are the last trio. Settling down, Culinary Delight leads a length and a half. Now, Democrat Party's got down to the trail here for Zach, and Start Dreaming been left parked as they pace up into the back, 1800 to go. Then Albuquerque now 3 back on the inside, Walk of Fame in the 1-1. Then came Lusty Mac and Fizzy Lizzie as they pace down to the lead time, and that will cut off in the Jacobson Headstones pace in 41.4. Culinary Delight, well, John Dunny wants to hold up the lead, so Start Dreaming the favourite. She's going to have to do it tough, but she did it that way last week and was too good. Democrat Party gets the lovely drag in the trail. 1-1 Walk of Fame. The speed is good here. Albuquerque on the inside. John Dunn keeping plenty of pressure on and giving the indication to David Butcher that there's no chance he's going to give up the lead. Fizzy Lizzie, Lusty Mac, and Better Think Twice the last as they come off the showgrounds turn and work down the lane. 29-7 the opening quarter. Culinary Delight, the mare by Lismara, leads by 3/4 up on the outside. Start Dreaming, Democrat Party in the trail. Walk of Fame and the Iceman Tony Hurley, 1-1. Albuquerque and the Magic Man Morris McKendry, 3 back on the inside of Fizzy Lizzie and Jimmy Stormont. Lusty Mac back in the field, Phil Butcher, and Better Think Twice and Double D. Dexter Dunn back last. Stables corner final time. Culinary Delight into the back. 800 metres left to go. Leads by a length over Start Dreaming, the favourite. 30-5 the second quarter. Democrat Party's had that lovely drag in the trail. Walk of Fame 1-1. Albuquerque 3 back on the inside. A length off that. Fizzy Lizzie. Better Think Twice takes off now for Dexter. And Lusty Mac back last on the inside. 500 to go. Jacobson Headstones, Fillies and Mares into the back straight. Culinary Delight to turn them onto the showgrounds. Turn a length. Start Dreaming. Democrat Party. She's got plenty to offer in the trail. Then Walk of Fame. Albuquerque further back in the field then was Fizzy Lizzie. Better Think Twice. Lusty Mac quarter down the back. 29-9. Start Dreaming gets up to Culinary Delight and goes by. Democrat Party gets off the back of Culinary Delight and on the back of now Start Dreaming. They come for home. Then Walk of Fame and Fizzy Lizzie. Start Dreaming. Democrat Party off her back. 100 to go. Start Dreaming. Democrat Party or Start Dreaming. She's found plenty again in the home straight here for David Butcher and Start Dreaming. She wins and wins very nicely. 2.5 Democrat Party. I think Lusty Mac may be third in front of Fizzy Lizzie. A photo there. They were followed Albuquerque. Walk of Fame, Culinary Delight, Better Think Twice, and they've broken the 240 again. 239.4. 27-7 the final quarter, the half, and 57.7. Start Dreaming. Well, she was runner-up in the Northern Oaks behind the Orange Agent, and she's strung a treble of wins together that will suggest that when the time comes that the matchup happens at Addington in the New Zealand Oaks, she is going to be a major player. Start Dreaming. Democrat Party, every chance. Fizzy Lizzie will hold third in front of Lusty Mac. And then came Albuquerque, Jacobson Headstones, Fillies and Mares.
Official placings, race 4, the Jacobson Headstones Fillies and Mares Mobile Pace. 8, 6, 10, 9, 1, 3. 8, 6, 10, 9, 1, 3. Horse 8, Start Dreaming, pace the 2200 metres in 2:39.45. Mile rate of 156.6. Last 857.7. 427.7. The margins, 2.5 lengths, 2 lengths, 3/4 of a length. 8, 6, 10, 9, 1, 3. Race 4, the Jacobson Headstones Fillies and Mares Mobile Pace.
Start Dreaming to come back at the head of the field. Picks up her 4th victory at start 7. American Ideal Bay 3-year-old filly out of Simply Divine, raced by Stud Home Bloodstock Limited, along with MB Jeffries, Barry Purdon trained at Clevedon, and David Butcher to come back at the head of the field. 3 very, very good wins since being runner-up in the Pasco's the Jewelers Northern Oaks, and well, you'd have to say she comes right into contention now for the New Zealand Oaks at Addington as she comes back at the head of the field. She was bred by Stud Home Bloodstock Limited and GF Gimlet. Glenn Jacobson down there, part of the victory celebrations for Jacobson Headstones, and Gordon Robertson, steward of the Auckland Trotting Club, in attendance. 6 Democrat Party, American Ideal Bay 3-year-old filly out of Champagne Party second, raced by the Prices, FJ and Mrs KV. Barry Purdon trained at Clevedon, Zach Butcher, and 10 Fizzy Lizzie third, McArdle Averill's Atom Bay 4-year-old mare, raced by RJ McKenzie, JJ McKenzie Hooper, Mrs C.A. Smith and Mrs N.E. Taylor. Rod McKenzie trained at Hamilton, and James Stormont. Number 8, Start Dreaming, $1.60 and $1, $1.60 and $1. 6 Democrat Party at $1.10, $1.10, and 10 Fizzy Lizzie at $3.40, $3.40. Quinella $1.60, $1.60, Trifecta $17.50, $17.50, and the first 4 $55.40, $55.40. We're going to have the presentation now, ladies and gentlemen, for the Kids Carts Manukau Cup, sponsored by Bubblets Transport. So we'll welcome Gayleen McKinnon to the microphone very shortly to take you through the proceedings with the Kids Carts presentation tonight.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the Kids Carts have raced in the Bubblets Transport Manukau Cup. We're going to start the prizes off with 6th place, which was Tinkerbella, driven by Linda Pringle. 5th place was Betsy Boo, Shannon McCown from Kumeu. 4th place, Clyde, Harrison Darby, Franklin. 3rd place, Pumpkin, Nathan Darby, also from Franklin. And 2nd place was Lightning with Caitlin Hanara. Caitlin, if you'd just like to stay here for a moment. And Caitlin also took out the Pride's Easy Feed Best Presented. And this is her 6th year in a row, so it's no mean feat for Caitlin. So I'd like to call upon Andrew Bubblets to present the prize to her.
Well done, That was picked by South Island and Nina Hope. I asked to do that for us, so there's no local knowledge. Genuine, well done.
Thank you. And this is Taitlin's last race tonight, and she's had great success in kids' karts. She's an Auckland Cup winner, a New Zealand Cup winner, and she takes out Best Presented Cup after Cup. So congratulations and all the best for the future to Taitlin. And the winner of the Bubblets Transport Manukau Cup this year goes to Bailey Rogerson on Tosca. And again, I'd like to call upon Andrew Bubblets to present this. Congratulations, Bailey. Now, Bailey, this isn't the first cup you've won, is it?
No.
No? You're a previous Auckland Cup winner on Tosca as well, aren't you?
Yeah, she's a bit of a chap now, but yeah.
Congratulations, Bailey. Thank you.
.30.04, that's the best for Thao Romeo. 11.56, the run home. Wins by 3 3/4, 5 3/4 ahead. And well done to the Clark Dyer, Fitzsimmons, Fremantle, Mansell combination. They get the bonus Class 2 win start, 48, win number 11. And of course, I think Steve Clark's on course, of course, here. Steve with Spud Missile lining up in race 9. So coming back to you, Ryan, there goes the running of the first leg of place 6. Big win here for Thao Romeo for Deb Edlin. Kicks off the place 6 well.
Thanks, Daryl. 2-1-3 and 6. Thao Romeo $3.90 and $1.30. Opawa Gene $1.90. Wall Age $1.80. Interesting, the triple trio. Numbers 1, 2, 3 are what you needed in the first two legs. 1, 2, 3 into 1, 2 and 3. You need to be live. Quinella here, 1 and 2, $5.10. Trifecta 2, 1, 3, $51.10. The first four, 2, 1, 3 and 6, $259 even. Next up we go to Ipswich, race number 6 on meeting code 24. We go back across the Tasman before we go back to the park for the first of the Group 1s, the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. Time to go, the Brecon Farms, the Derby at 7:34, and pick 6, 40k up for grabs, starts on race 6 at 8:03 this evening in the Magnus Benroe Sires Stakes Fillies Championships. Dream About Me, surely on everyone's ticket. Race number 6 at Ipswich, and Hey Jester's the favourite, 360 and 210. Place favourite is True Rider at 160. Short break, and then we'll get you to Ipswich.
You've seen the Go Racing success over the years. Our owners know that winning feeling and they never tire of it. 2015 is going to be a huge year for us, so make sure you're part of the excitement. Here is our latest offering. This filly is by the great O'Reilly, sire of the group.
Group 1, Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby, 2,700 metres, the first of our 4 Group 1 features on the program tonight. Brecon Farms Adjustment and Breeding prize winning stars such as $1 Million Trotter, I Can Do's at Veste, Twist and Twirl, Laura Ella, amongst many.
$4 and $3, a mixed grade 4 and 5 event. What can we do here in regards to the form? Well, Hey Jester has had 60 starts, it's had 10 wins, and it's got a drop in class. So $4 and $3 at the moment looks really good money, although it does have the squeeze box, Hey Jester, but a third and a second and a third. And as I said, this gets easier for Hey Jester. $4, you'd probably take it. Sure You Can, number 6. Only won 2 from 17, comparing that to Hey Jester winning 10 from 60. But the last start second was pretty good, $5.50 and $3.90. And there's support here for the 8 True Rider, $4.50 and $1.60. It's had 2/3 in its last 5 starts and was better here on Tuesday when running third of the 8 runners. Stays in similar grade and running over the 431 metres. Only last start winner in this field is has been scratched. The 10 has come in though, so swanky, and doesn't look in form at all. It just hasn't been running in the top 5 even in its last few starts. So just doesn't look a chance. The 10 down there, 8.40 and 4.10. Still think you're getting overs here for the 5. We're on start time, so we won't be far away from getting to Ipswich. They're just waiting for another meeting to finish there across the Tasman. I think the Gilton races just waiting for the call, and then they will load away. We'll take you to Ipswich and get the call. Good luck if you're playing race 6. Sure You Can, the favourite, $3.90 and $3.20.
Greyhounds loading at Ipswich. Favourite is 6, Sure You Can at $4. Over 5, Hey Jester at $4.10. 8 True Rider $4.50. 7 Anoa at $6. First leg of the treble on Tatsbet. It's just about set to go. Favourite 6, Sure You Can, racing. Favourite Sure You Can began well, so did Hey Jester, and kicking up underneath the pair was So Swanky, but going to the lead was Hey Jester from Anoa. Daisy Doolittle back to third, then True Rider, So Swanky. Well back in the field was Sure You Can, and last of all was Spring Indigo. It's Hey Jester in front, joined by Anoa on the bend. True Rider joins in as well. Anoa in front, True Rider's out after it. Anoa holding on. Anoa too good by 2 lengths to True Rider. So Swanky ran on for third. Fourth was Show You Can. Then we had Daisy Doolittle. Well back in the field was Sure You Can, who was never really in it. And last in the field was Spring Indigo in 25 and 30. 7 Anoa, the winner for Casey Dargish.
Seven, 8, 10. That's going to be a rough result. The divvies will be big with Noah getting the prize 7, 8 and 10, the numbers from the 6th at Ipswich. It's Group 1 time. Let's go back to the team. Race 5, the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. The Mobile Trot and Speeding Spur has regained that favouritism, 220.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ryan. Looking forward to going through these runner by runner because there's plenty of talent in this race and we're going to hear from the key players. I know, Craig, you've already caught up with Josh Dickey, so we'll get to that very shortly. 2 runners in the race for John and Joshua in Paramount Dream. And, of course, the favourite, both book and tote now, Speeding Spur.
Absolutely. You caught up with Josh earlier in the night. Speeding Spur at 210, still favourite, but the money is coming here from Mon Bay, and a little bit of word on track for Prince Fearless as well. Catch up with Josh Dickey. He is the co-trainer of Speeding Spur in Paramount Dream, and this is what he had to say. Josh, you've got 2 in the trot tonight. We'll start with Paramount Dream. Had a gallop last week, but very good from the mobile the start before, and got Barry 1 tonight.
Yeah, the draw's probably going to help her. He just had a wee mistake last week, but you probably can't read too much into that. She's a filly on the rise. She's doing a very good job at the moment. She's really hasn't had the practice against these type of horses yet, but she deserves a crack at them, and she's going to go a good race.
Speeding Spur, outstanding win last week. How's he gone on with his performance from last week into his training this week?
Yeah, look, we're very pleased with him this week. As I might have said last week, we're just probably a wee bit short on him, and I think it really showed that last pit the other night. But look, this week was a complete different horse. We're just that wrapped with him. He's really picking up at the right time, and it's great that he's doing that. It's going to be tough tonight, but as I say, he's going to be spot on for it tonight.
In race number 6, you drive Gamma Lady. You've got on really well with this filly. She hasn't raced for 3 weeks, but she was back at the workouts here on Saturday. And what did you make of the work?
Yeah, look, very, very wrapped with her. Just talking a bunt through the week, and he just thought she was just a wee bit off her last start. Out here, she started short favourite and got beat. So again, you probably can't read too much into that. She runs second in the Delightful Lady Classic, and she's worked from the 600 to run second, and it's a pretty good run. But some smart fillies and marks in here, and they're going to take some beating. But I think you got to put her in for a place.
Race 7, you drive a Suka. Must be nice to get on one for Barry last week, and did a good job too. Ran to the stablemate a close second tonight. Chances from a wide draw.
Yeah, look, draw's hard, but she is racing good. Barry was wet with her going into last week. Stablemate was just too good for her on the night, but. Look, she gets a chance here again tonight. If she can just get a bit of luck, she'll be right there.
In the last, you drive stable runner Kippenberger. I thought super run at Manawa too. Darcy went good, but gee, you made up some ground.
Yeah, that's right. It was, it was a pretty hard run race, and I was the only one that made ground. And even as running the Hara Cup, he sat outside the leader for 3,000 metres, and and he's run second to Ideal Success, and that's pretty good going. But stand start makes it interesting. It'll put him right in the race.
Mate, you got a good book of drives tonight, in particular Speeding Spur, and all the best with them.
Yeah, thanks very much, Craig.
Great to get the insight there from Josh Dickey, and there is Speeding Spur just going out of camera there. There is Mon Bay. He looks fantastic tonight, as he did last
Cup night, where we have 4 Group 1s. Some of the biggest names in New Zealand racing are here, horses and people, and the first of the Group 1s is upon us. Anybody who follows racing knows that derbies are one of the classics and one of the glamour races on any calendar. This is the Trotting Derby. So for the trotters, there was one in the South Island about a month ago where Speeding Spur came out on top. Can he make it a double here in the Northern Trotting Derby tonight? With me is a man who not only sponsors the race on behalf of Brick and Bloodstock, but of course Ken Bricken You've been in this winner's circle a few times with your great old horse, I Can Do's It. So before we talk business, where is the mighty I Can Do's It, and is he enjoying his retirement?
Well, Michael, it's pretty retirement you'd enjoy. He's in a paddock with a whole lot of girls, so he's in there with a whole lot of mares. So,
are there any beers there?
I think he's too busy with all those girls to worry about beers.
Let's talk about Brecon Bloodstock. A magical last 18 months. Breeding horses who have won breeders' crowns. You've qualified, I think, 3 or 4 horses for the 2-year-old Jules this season alone. Excellent sales results. The curve is heading up for you guys.
Yeah, Michael. Look, it's a tough game, breeding. And probably be fair to say it's taken about 10 years to get the farm where we want it, and starting to get the good results.
Okay, how many horses, for example, would you be taking to Karaka next year? Would you be taking a draft of 20, 30 horses?
Yeah, look, Michael, probably be more than that. I think Karen and I are taking about 25. I spoke to you earlier today and you asked me how many mares, and I said 23, but my PA reminded me there's actually 31.
So 31 brood mares on the property that you breed from on a consistent commercial basis?
Yeah, correct. And, we've been going through them and improving the breed. We've bought a couple of good Group 1 winners. Only Fuse joined our draft, and as has Rozelski, which of course we race with you.
Yep. Okay, Prince Fearless, owned by you guys and the next on the card. And look, he's got the talent. He won the Hambletonian, but he can get a bit fiery, as we saw here last week. After the gallop, he actually trotted the fastest last mile. So the key for him tonight is manners.
Yeah, look, I was a bit concerned. It may have been the Auckland way round. Natalie assures me that wasn't the case. He just grabbed on, so I think they've changed a bit tonight. But he's definitely got the ability to win, and he's a magnificently gaited horse. So fingers crossed, it'll be great to win the race we're sponsoring.
You've had some wonderful horses of both codes, of course, both gates, but there's something special about a trotter. For those who don't watch a lot of harness racing, the ones without the straps, the hopples on their legs, a good trotter is something else altogether.
It's pretty nerve-wracking, Mike. It's our breaking that we don't like, but no, we've had a good run. We've syndicated this year the great 2-year-old trotter Highgate. He's won 4 in a row, 4 starts, 4 wins. And fortunate enough to have the dam, a Regal Volo, and her claim to fame was having last year's 3-year-old Trotter of the Year in Australia, our 2010.
Mate, congratulations on what you've done with the farm so far. It's fantastic. You have a website, I believe, so people can check out the horses you will be selling in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're syndicating another 10 fillies this year, bringing a whole lot of new people into the game, getting a few of those galloping boys across. They're starting to see the light. So that's pretty exciting, mate. So anyone that's looking at getting involved in syndication, Rob Carr, well known here, the ATC syndicates, he's the man to talk to.
Thanks, mate. And you and Karen will be part of the presentation for the great race. Maybe you'll be presenting the trophy to Karen with Prince Fearless. We'll find out shortly. Here's the ace caller from Alexandra Park, the voice of the North, and it's Aaron White to call the Northern Trotting Derby.
Race record of 3:21. That's under threat tonight, the way they're going 30 night in these early races.
Yeah, certainly, and there is Rock Tonight, and Michelle Wallace knows her way around a good trot of this one with plenty of breeding, but again, may need some luck. Go her way tonight with the son of Sundon. Your thoughts just as we head up to Aaron White?
Well, I think if I was playing into the race now, I think you'd be backing Monbay on the tote, not versus the book at the $3.10. Take the Quinella with Prince Fearless and Speeding Spur. I think numbers 3, 4 and 5 is where the key to this year's Trotting Derby will be. $5,000 on the favourite late, Speeding Spur in the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. Just quickly, if you're playing into the quaddie, it is the last leg of tonight's quaddie. The first leg taken out by Little Rascal. Waterloo Sunset the second leg. Start Dreaming the third leg. Favourite way is with Monbay in front of Speeding Spur. $68 versus $78. Let's head upstairs to Aaron White for the first of our features tonight. Race number 5, the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. Favourite will start Barrier 3. Speeding Spur in the green colours of the Woodland Stud Partnership. Head upstairs. Here's Aaron's call on the 5th.
Fearless, Monbay, thanks Craig. Speeding Spur, Habib, Paramount Dream. Rock Tonight, of course, on the unruly draw. rugby. So the runners into the back. First of our 4 Group 1 features tonight. So this is the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. Starter Frank Phelan activates the green light and they're off. Habibdi Ivy out strongly with Speeding Spur. They open up by 3 lengths over Paramount Dream. Speeding Spur as they trot to the end of the back straight and onto the showgrounds turn will take over the favourite for the Derby. Prince Fearless, he's made a good enough beginning tonight to sit on the outside of Rock Tonight. Then Mon Bay Aria and the other filly back of the tail. Yeah, Gonna Kiss Me or Not as they sweep across the showgrounds turn and about to work into the lane. 2,250 left to go. Speeding Spur, the New Zealand Trotting Derby winner, away by 4 over the New Zealand Trotting Oaks winner Habibdi Ivy. There followed Paramount Dream. Prince Fearless, the Hambletonian winner, he's obliged to sit park for Natalie Rasmussen. 4 back on the inside then to Rock Tonight, and the 1-1 is Mon Bay. Ricky May, last season's Jules winner, he's got a lovely 1-1 seat. 2 circuits left to go. Aria's on a nice rain back second last, and You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not, the Magic Man Morris McKendry last on the stable's corner first occasion. Speeding Spur comfortably in front, 1.5 lengths Habibdi Ivy. Up over on the outside, Prince Fearless. Paramount Dream 3 back on the inside for the Iceman Tony Hurley. Mon Bay and Ricky May 1-1. Tracked up by Aria. Rock Tonight, Michelle Wallace on the inside, and You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not the last. Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby through the back and Speeding Spur. He's got them going along at a good rate in front, 1.5 lengths Habibdi Ivy. Prince Fearless sitting out park, putting no pressure into this leader. 1:25 and 7 the lead time. Paramount Dream 3 back on the inside of Mon Bay, the gelding by Love You in the 1-1. Track forward then by Aria as they sweep across the showgrounds turn. Rock Tonight on the inside, and back last, You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not. Group 1 Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby, and Speeding Spur looking to be a dual derby winner. Leads by a length. Prince Fearless inching up on the outside, parked around Habibdi Ivy in the trail for the postman Blair Orange. 1-1 to Mon Bay, 32 and 7 the opening quarter. 3 back on the inside, Paramount Dreamers. Aria's been asked to come from the back. Back in the field, Rock Tonight, You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not. Judge Bell 1 to go, Northern Trotting Derby. Speeding Spur Stables corner leads by 3/4. Aria's up on the outside, the Angus Hall filly. Habibdi Ivy in the trail now. 1-1 cover for Prince Fearless for the final lap. Then Paramount Dream on the inside. Mon Bay's back in the field with Rock Tonight, You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not. Speeding Spur, the son of Pegasus Spur, second quarter in 30.6, leads by a length. On the outside, Aria. The Oaks winner, Habibdi Ivy's had a glorious run in the Northern Trotting Derby, and the trail is Mon Bay. He starts his run out 3 wide now around Prince Fearless. You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not tracks Mon Bay into the race. Back in the field to Paramount Dream. And last Rock Tonight, 500 to go. Showgrounds turn, final time, and Speeding Spur opens up. Really puts the pressure into them now. 28 and 5 the quarter down the back. He's got them all chasing for second now. Back in the field, Aria. Mon Bay's running on. You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not. Speeding Spur turns the corner by 4. Mon Bay. Aria the inside, then You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not. 120 to go, and Speeding Spur in the Brecon Farms Group 1 Northern Trotting Derby. He's 2 in front over Mon Bay. Lovely winner. He's a dual derby winner. Speeding Spur wins a length. Mon Bay. Aria third. Prince Fearless, Rock Tonight, You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not. Habibdi Ivy gallop late, and Paramount Dream to be one of the last in 3:25.3. 27.7 the final quarter. 56.3 was the last 800 metres. He's a beautiful stayer, this one. Speeding Spur took the New Zealand Trotting Derby. He comes north and takes the Group 1 Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. Unbeaten over the 2,700 metres, and does it in great fashion. Mon Bay, Aria, Prince Fearless, Rock Tonight, You're Gonna Kiss Me or Not at the 400. They were all playing for second. Joshua Dickey headed off for the victory in the first of our Group 1s tonight, and a pretty stylish way to become a dual derby winner.
Official placings, race 5 in the Group 1 Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. 3, 4, 6, 5, 8, 7. 3, 4, 6, 5, 8, 7. Horse 3, Speeding Spur, trotted the 2,700 metres from a mobile start in 3:25.43. Mile rate of 22.4. Last 800 an exceptional 56.3, and the 400 equally 27.7. Margins 1 length, 2 1/4 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths. 3, 4, 6, 5, 8, 7. Race 5, the Group 1 Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby.
And now a dual Derby winner in Speeding Spur. Congratulations to you, Josh. He's done a marvellous job again.
He has, Greg. He's getting unbelievable now. I'm just really privileged to be sitting behind him now. And tonight he was just spot on, and Dad had him spot on again. And as I say, I'm privileged to be in the driver's seat.
Talk us through your pre-race plan. What was that like during the week talking to Dad? Did you devise this early on, or was it more of a case of just see what happened out of the gate?
Yeah, a wee bit like that. Probably the beauty about my job. Dad just lets me do my thing, and there's never any pressure. I can just do my thing, and we can go from there. So looking at it was a wee bit tricky on paper, but I knew I had the horsepower, and I got the trainer behind me, so it was all going my way.
It's been a great race for your family over the years, all the way back to Thriller D back in the late 70s. So there'll be a bit of emotion here for the family once again.
Yeah, I think so. Like when we won the New Zealand Derby, it was pretty big for Dad, but now we're winning them at home, and I can't wait to see him.
What about coming off the back straight? Because this guy was low flying. You've always said over the further distance he goes, he's even more potent. And you had the advantage tonight of being in front of your arch rival, Monbay, of course.
Yeah, well, that's right. We're going off the back. Mark sort of came at me a wee bit, and I only had to give him a wee bit of rein, and he was just right underneath me. I was just so confident coming off the turn, and I was pretty lucky, really.
All right, you're coming of age as a driver. You showed that once again here tonight. Congratulations to you, Josh.
Thanks very much, Greg.
Fair for a Speeding Spur coming back at the head of the field. He picks up a performance incentive bonus tonight too. He's now a dual Derby winner after grabbing the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. Woodlands Partnership Syndicate, Kieran Reid, Andy Ellis, Dick Taylor, Dave Hewitt, the owners. Win 9 at start 15. John and Joshua Dickey, the trainers, and Joshua Dickey with another lovely drive in a derby and gets home strongly with the Speeding Spur. Pegasus Spur, 3-year-old bay colt out of Della's Speed, bred by Woodland Stud, New Zealand Limited. Ken and Karen Brecken down there, part of the victory celebrations, along with our president, Kerry Hoggard. Lovely wins, Speeding Spur in the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. And part of the Woodlands Partnership Syndicate too. Our good friend Peter Early from Trackside Radio, of course, for many, many years. So congratulations to Pete picking up another Group 1 with Speeding Spur. 4 Monbay for second. Love You. Deirdre Darling, 3-year-old bay gelding for GP Hope, Mrs. N.M. Hope, and MJ Malloy. Greg and Nina Hope trained at Woodend Beach, and Ricky May. And 6 Aria for third. Angus Hall, Belgillion, 3-year-old bay filly, raced by T.G. Casey, Natalie Rasmussen, Mark Perth and the trainers at Rolleston, and Mark doing the driving. 3 Speeding Spur at $2.10 and $1.10, $2.10, $1.10. 4 Monbay at $1.40, $1.40. And 6 Aria, $3 even, $3. Quinella Returns, $2.20, $2.20. Trifecta, $43.70, $43.70. And the first 4, $124.60, $124.60. 8 and 3 in the double at $2.80, $2.80. 8 and 4 concession, $1.80, $1.80. And the early quaddie on the numbers 3, 6, 8 and 3 returns $78.50, $78.50 for the early quaddie. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the official presentation for the Group 1 Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby. We take you to our MC, Michael Guerin. He's a dual Derby winner, and he's a great stayer too, Michael. Speeding Spur.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Thanks for a great call on the first of our 4 Group 1s for the evening. And, of course, this horse has so much more ahead of him. 9 starts for the season, 8 wins. 1 second when unlucky, still has the harness jewels, and of course the chance to represent New Zealand in Australia in the Victorian Trotting Derby and the Australasian Breeders' Crown. So lots ahead of Speeding Spur. You'll be seeing him here at Alexandra Park many times in the future. A big syndicate of owners behind them. It's a great thing, syndication for harness racing. We appreciate the work that goes in putting them together for Woodland Stud. But to make the presentation on behalf of the Auckland Trotting Club, being a Group 1 race, is our President, Mr. Kerry Hoggard.
Thank you, Michael. And on behalf of the Auckland Trotting Club, it's my pleasure to welcome all of our usual friends to Alexandra Park for this, the second of our premier nights in the Autumn Carnival. This certainly has been a tremendous performance by this horse, and I think from our point of view, an even greater pleasure because the horse is trained and stabled at Rosslands, which my wife and I own. And it's a great pleasure to see Josh have his second Group 1 win at Alexandra Park. I particularly want to thank Ken and Karen Brecken for their sponsorship. They do a tremendous job for the industry, and it's a real pleasure to have them here tonight, and I understand Karen is going to make the presentation to the winning owners. Could I ask Karen to come forward, please?
I'd like to say thank you to Auckland Trotting Club. It's a great night. The Derby is so exciting to win, and it couldn't go to better people. John and Josh Dickey, they're fabulous trainers, drivers, and I'm really excited for them. And also for Woodland Stud. Great for a syndicate, and I understand you have 3 All Blacks in the syndicate as well, so that's fantastic. And syndication is the way to go to get more people in. And congratulations. This horse has really grown another leg. So impressive tonight. I could not believe it. So well done to all of you.
Thank you, Karen. First of all, I just would like to thank the Ken and Karen Brecken. As Kerry said, they put an awful lot of money into our industry throughout New Zealand. They're also very good clients of Woodland Stud as breeders. And personally, this is pretty special tonight because I was lucky enough to be around a lot of I Can Do's at Lovely Wins and celebrate with them. So thank you very much, and I'm pleased you're going to come and celebrate with us. To John and Josh Dickey, we can't say enough about them either. We don't underestimate the amount of planning and hard work and all the things that go into making sure our horse is ready on the night, and the planning to just do right by our horse. Now I've forgotten the last bit. That's all right. It's so emotional. It's so exciting. I think thank you very much.
Our congratulations to the syndicate owners of Woodland Stud, of course, who are a huge part of harness racing here in New Zealand, particularly in Auckland, for putting together the syndicate of people. You can be involved in syndicates. You can contact Woodlands in the future. I'm sure they're going to syndicate some more horses. And, of course, Brecken Farms syndicating 10 fillies this season. 1 Group 1 down. 3 to go here on Rowe Cup night at Alexandra Park. Next up, it's the 2-year-old fillies. Should be an absolute beauty coming up in the Magnus Benrose Sire Stakes shortly. The horses in the front parade ring, then called on to the track by the voice of Alexandra Park. That's Aaron White.
Force 1, 2 and 3, and Allegro Touch got the fourth there ahead of Mighty Magic. Stella Force gave it away, and Shin Zigzag up to his old tricks again, just not getting the jump, and will tail them in. Big Boy Dino. Boxes 8, 6 and 5, the last three. Box 2 today. Stella Force has created a bit of room for him and was able to drive between Stella Force and Opawa Shaden. And the reserve dog goes through. Matt Roberts will trifecta the race. Big Boy Dino. Getting through for second there was Corborn Steve, and the 3 Opawa Shaden ahead of Allegro Touch. 17.58 the time. That run-up time 6.97, and the run home 10.61, and the margins 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. The numbers there, 9 gets the win over the 4, and into third there, the 3 and the 5. As we come back to you, Brendan, there you go, race number 8. And eggs on the face for Shin Zigzag, but a nice win, a good effort here for Matt Roberts. Picks up the trifecta in the 8th.
Yeah, Matt Roberts having a great time at the moment, isn't he, as a young trainer, and he's got himself a trifecta here in the 8th. 9, 4, 3 and 5. 480, 130, 160, 230. Quinella has paid $10.30, trifecta 97.10, and the first 4, $456.60. Completed the double and the triple trio, $21.60 for the double, $5 for the concession. Triple trio has paid $4,739.30, and the concession $15.20. So great payout there on to the triple trio today, if you're able to find the place getters in the last 3 races there out of Hattrick. It's time to get back to Alexandra Park, though, for another Group 1 on the program, the Magnus Benro Sires Stakes 2-year-old fillies championship. And is also the first leg of Pick 6, where the pool that is around $42,000. Let's get back on track. And as I say, a very good evening to Greg O'Connor and Craig the Well Thompson. It's a team not quite with us yet as we see the horses making their way out onto the track for race number 6 of the night. Dream About Me, a potential anchor for punters as well at $1.50. Arden's Choice from the same barn, though, could provide the biggest danger, and I think definitely the cover in the race at $3.80 and $1.20. Sounds like the boys might be there now. Evening, lads. First leg at Pick 6, not too far away, and another Group 1 on the program.
Thanks, Brendan. Sorry for calling you Ryan earlier in the night. Hadn't realised the shift had swapped over, but mate, good time for you to join us prior to the first leg of Pick 6, and a great 2-year-old filly contest here. We've got Dream About Me, who was unfortunately scratched from last week due to a foot abscess. She's unbeaten to date, and she takes on her stablemate, who was super impressive in winning last Friday evening by some 4.5 lengths. She's drawn barrier 7, Arden's Choice. Mark Purdon takes the drive. Tim Williams takes the drive on the unbeaten Dream About Me from barrier number 5. She's got gate speed, good draw, everything in her favour tonight. Of course, she's got the breeding as well. Half to Hans Christian. Plenty of breeding about her, Dream About Me, and I expect her to go forward from the draw. And saying that, there's good gate speed here, Brennan. Louisa Annabelle Midfrew showed that last week, and I'm expecting from barrier number 4 tonight her to go forward. Greg O'Connor, nice field. This first leg of Pick 6, playing for $150,000. But those blue and silver stars are the stable to follow here in race number 6.
Yeah, without doubt, and she is the horse to beat. Dream About Me, unbeaten in 3, of course, the filly by Better's Delight, out of Splendid Dreams. We know the breed very well. Missed the race last week, and we'll hear from Natalie Rasmussen about each of the runners. Attempt to go through them runner by runner if we can. Starting with the one in the book, which is Sophisticated Lady, to be driven by Ricky May. Just on that previous race, went and spoke to Greg Hope only moments ago about the performance of Mon Bay. He said, look, last week I was critical of Ricky's drive. This week he said, look, Aria, he didn't expect it to come around. Once it got to park, he was in no man's land, and with a horse with the ability of speeding spur on the markers, they knew they were in trouble.
I think, Greg, we'll talk about it on Wednesday on the box seat, but maybe Ricky should have been where Aria was at that point at the winning post with a round left to go, because when you're trotting 56.3 off the front, last quarter in 27, you cannot be 5 lengths off them at the 400 metre mark, and at the line be 3/4 of a length away.
Here's what Natalie had to say about Sophisticated Lady. Natalie, Sophisticated Lady, comes up with the right barrier draw tonight, but probably more a place than winning chance in the race.
Oh, most definitely a place chance. I think from the alley, it's a good alley for her. At least she won't have to do too much work, and she should lob at least behind leader or 3 fence at worst. Shorter trip will suit her, I think. She's sort of probably a little bit more of a high speed, bit weaker filly. So, look, she could fill a place.
So that's Natalie talking about Sophisticated Lady with that very nice barrier draw here tonight. The 2 in the book is Neck Time, trained by Terry and Glenna Schmiel. Brent Mangos takes the reins. Of course, he won this race with Better Cover Lover back in 2010.
Yeah, she's doing a good job, Greg. She's got a nice draw. I think her win beating Blue Allen is probably... it's okay in a race that hasn't been a lot of form coming out of it. She's $16 a place. I think she'll need a little bit of luck. She has the right barrier draw. The fillies by Gotta Go Collect, and they're doing a good job at the moment.
Absolutely, they are. Number 3 in the book is Killer Queen. Ray Green trains. Simon Lawson takes the rein. This filly by Rock and Roll Heaven has been a winner, and that was at her last start.
Yeah, it was. Only a small field. There was 5 in it, and she dead heated in that win, Greg. She's a nice filly. Has a little bit of gate speed, but I think a couple outside her may cross her early.
On to number 4 in the book, Louisiana Belle Midfru. Now, she's in the head-to-head here with Gamma Lady. Now, this one trained by Nigel McGrath. I just spoke to him before. He believes this filly will be much improved on her last start 4th, which, of course, was in the sires last week.
Well, I liked her first up run. She got beaten by Arden's Choice, but she only got beaten a half length. And in both of her starts to date, she's shown very, very good gate speed. I expect her and Killer Queen to get off the gate, probably lead trail early on. She's got options end to hand to the favourite or stay in front. She's got to be a good chance of running possibly top 4 or 5.
Of course, the Caduceus Club Classic won last week by Arden's Choice. The 5, Dream About Me. Well, she had that slight problem last week, so let's get an update on that and her chances here tonight with Natalie Rasmussen. Natalie, just a minor issue last week. Talk us through the progress on this unbeaten filly to date this week.
Oh, her work's been very good all week. She just stepped on a shoe last week on a nail and just was a bit sore. We didn't want to risk her. We think she's got a very big future. So she come first. This week her work's been excellent. She looks amazing down there. I've been down and had a look at her. She looks great. So, and the team are very happy. So I think she'll be extremely hard to beat.
Right. She has options too. She's not one-dimensional, so she doesn't therefore have to lead.
Oh, no, most definitely not. No, she's quick, she's strong, she's just got everything, and she's just got a great attitude. So, no, she'll be very hard.
So that's the favourite, Dream About Me. Tim Williams takes the reins once again. Look, I think she's got the wood over these. I know you've got a nice push for Arden's Choice, but she's been good in her career to date, and the win here, of course, in the Young Guns final was exceptional.
Yeah, I'm not convinced there's that much of a difference between Dream About Me and Arden's Choice. I know there is on the tote, but from what I've seen with Arden's Choice, I think she's getting better, and the gap is closing. Whether it's closing enough for her to win from outside the favourite draw tonight. She's just warming up fairly, this filly, Greg, tonight, Dream About Me. I just watched her in the prelim a couple of times. She skipped a couple of times. So, hey, she may do that, but I do like Arden's Choice, and I think she is the filly to beat.
All right, Sims Delight has run a 6 in the book. Robert and John Dunn combine once again, and she's amassed 18,000 to date. That win came at Addington Raceway against the likes of Northern Velocity, but she did have the advantage of that horse at least going bush that day.
And she was 6 lengths off them last week, Greg, behind Arden's Choice, from a nice draw at barrier number 2. Tonight she draws out at barrier number 6. I think on her form she showed last week, she may be safely held.
Arden's Choice, the Pan Pacific Flight 2-year-old filly who was
Seen yourself in the Auckland Trotting Club, and I know it's almost like a second home to many of the people who work for you as well. They come along here and they work here every Friday night providing the pitches for trackside.
Yes, certainly has. We started doing the sound originally here in 1952.
Wow.
And I
didn't even know here was here in 1952.
Yeah, and then on to the video, I think late 70s, so it's been a very long association.
Mate, this is a great race, 2-year-old fillies, and it's nice when you sponsor a race and get an excellent field. There's 2 horses in here who are relations, sisters of Victoria Cup winners, and of course, and Dream About Me, who's a half to Chris and me, and Arden's Choice, a half to Better's Strike. It's nice when you know you're giving the trophy to the owners of a good horse, and that's going to be happening in about 5 minutes.
Certainly has, and it has been a very strong field in recent years.
Now, mate, are you and Isaiah? I believe he's in tonight. Are you and Cher and him?
Yeah, yes, Cher there as well, so it's been a big night.
So you've won 2 sales series with him. You got a horse in the the Messenger, tonight. Second line barrier draw, but I think he'll be better suited by the distance than last week.
I think he will, but a little bit depends on the luck of getting a run through. If he gets a run through, he's been a very honest horse and we've had a lot of fun with him.
So you're tipping Arden's Choice each way?
That'll do me.
Good on you, John. That's John Magnus from Magnus Benrow, the huge sponsors here at Alexandra Park. They also provide the pitches and all the TVs around the track. And Magnus Benrow, just along the road there, do a super job too. If you pop in and tell them that we're here Friday night for the races, John might give you a discount. Extra deal. John's good like that, trust me. Okay, next on the cards, a Group 1 for the 2-year-old fillies. These are the young princesses of pacing. $150,000 very shortly with the call, the voice of the park, Aaron White.
What are you going to ask?
So that is Poppy Maguire. Gamma Lady, the 10, she's put together a pretty handy record in a short career, Craig.
Well, I think of the Northern one, she's the best chance for them tonight, Greg. I thought her workout form here on Saturday was quite good. She chased home, of course, Dream About Me 2 starts ago. She's racing really well. To the second row's not the worst draw. She'll probably 1 off the mark at Beggs, 3 back on the outside. I had her in my top 4 and she made 4th in that spot.
Northern Velocity, the last of these fillies to go to the post tonight in this feature over the 1700, to be driven by Natalie Rasmussen, and here's her comments about this filly by Mark 3. Natalie, to be fair to say, Northern Velocity's not the most tractable filly.
Oh no, most definitely not. She's a bit of a big dummy anyway, but she tries hard. From the draw, I think it probably suits her a bit better. She won't be jammed up down on the pegs. If they go slow, I'll have to get going, and if they roll on some, I'll just sit back. So she's got options from there. A few gear changes tonight, and I think she'll be a lot better.
Great to get that insight into the All-Stars runners with Natalie Rasmussen. And Northern Velocity, well, she got held up last week, Craig. She wouldn't have won.
No, she wouldn't have. She was a little bit closer, Greg, but the other one had the wood on her. She's drawn the second row. She wasn't that tractable here last week. She did a few things wrong. She over-raced and she didn't want to take the passing lane. I think she'll learn with that run last week, Greg. Her first run at Alexandra Park. She is probably the 3rd best chance of the Purdon trio, or they've got 4 on the race. But at $10, she's certainly a backable quote, if you like, the Natalie Rasmussen combination.
All right, the Magnus Benrow Sires Stakes final for the 2-year-old fillies in 4 for you.
Well, Arden's Choice I put on top, Greg. I thought the quote at $4.80 was backable. I thought she's very good last week, and I think she can win tonight. I think Dream About Me, obviously the horse to beat. Just on Arden's Choice, she races in the Jules colours tonight. Runner number 7 in the yellow Jules colours. 7 to beat 5. 11 Northern Velocity. Best of the Northerners, 10 Gamma Lady.
Up to you, Aaron White, for your thoughts around the second of our Group 1 features.
Sticking with Dream About Me, the Young Guns winner, Tim Williams for All Stars, going for the All Stars trifecta. Arden's Choice, most impressive in the Caduceus Club Classic last week. 11 Northern Velocity and 10 Gamma Lady. 5, 7, 11 and 10.
Thanks for that, Aaron. About to be called in behind the gate as we see going forward Killer Queen. There's the 7 in the book, Arden's Choice. Good strong support on the tote at around $4 and 10 cents, $3.60 shorter with the book. Gate.
Young Guns, delightful lady winner. Tim Williams, Louisiana Belle Midfrew, Killer Queen Neck Time, Sophisticated Lady, Poppy Maguire Gamma Lady, Northern Velocity on the second row. Thanks, Greg, with the fillies up into the back for the second of our Group 1s tonight. This the Magnus Benrow Sires Stakes 2-year-old fillies championship at dispatch. Green light, they're off. Good early gate speed shown by Louisiana Belle, Midfrew and Sophisticated Lady. Killer Queen's right up there. Chevron's Champion coming forward. Neck Time and Dream About Me. They'll settle just in behind the early speed. Then Gamma Lady, Poppy Maguire. Well back in the field on settling Sims Delight, Northern Velocity, and Arden's Choice has been taken back to last. The run off the gate in 5.9. Louisiana Belle, Midfrew leads. Killer Queen trailing, and up on the outside Chevron's Champion Park. Sophisticated Sophisticated Lady 3 back on the inside. Dream About Me had 1-1 cover, but there's runs coming from the back. Sims Delight, Arden's Choice, Northern Velocity all get out on the 3 wide line, so Dream About Me will come forward and take the lead, 29-1. The opening quarter, there followed Sophisticated Lady, Gamma Lady, Poppy Maguire, Neck Time, the last onto the stables corner. Dream About Me, the Better's Delight, filly and Young Guns champion lead. Sims Delight on the outside. Louisiana Belle mid-through in the trail. In the 1-1 was Chevron's champion. Northern Velocity comes out 4 wide from the back. 3 wide no cover is Arden's Choice, second quarter in an even 30 seconds. Back over on the inside then was Killer Queen. Gamma Lady also comes forward out 3. Poppy Maguire, Sophisticated Lady, Neck Time, they're all back at the tail. Group 1, Magnus Benrose, Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, champs in the unbeaten filly. Dream About Me has Arden's Choice in the Jules Colours, the Caduceus Club winner right there on the outside. 3 wide is Gamma Lady, then Louisiana Belle mid-through. Sims Delight under pressure. Killer Queen, Northern Velocity, Done It Tough out 4 wide the last lap. Then came Sophisticated Lady. 28-5 the quarter down the back. They round the turn. And Dream About Me a length and a half. Arden's Choice. Louisiana Belle mid-through passing lane. Gamma Lady, Killer Queen, Sophisticated Lady. Dream About Me, 100 left to go. Oh, she's pacing away and pacing away brilliantly to get another Group 1. And Dream About Me, the Young Guns winner, will pick up the Magnus Benrose Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies champs over Louisiana Belle mid-through. Arden's Choice for third, then Killer Queen, Sophisticated Lady. Gamma Lady, Neck Time back with Chevron's champion. Back in the field, Sims Delight. They were followed Northern Velocity. And back in the field to Poppy Maguire, 201.3. So a New Zealand record, 27.6 was the run home. And Dream About Me, you just have the feeling too that Tim Williams, if he needed to find 7th gear, there was a 7th gear waiting to be hit, but he didn't need to find it. Louisiana Belle mid-through second, and a third over in the Jules Colours will be Arden's Choice. Another great win by this unbeaten Better's Delight filly. Dream About Me, the Young Guns winner, gets her Group 1 tonight in the Magnus Benrose Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies champs.
Official placings in race 6, the Group 1 Magnus Benrose Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies championship. 5, 4, 7, 1, 3, 10. 5, 4, 7, 1, 3, 10. Horse 5, Dream About Me, paced the 1700 metres in a new New Zealand record of 201.41. It's a mile rate of 154.9. Last 856.2, the 427.6. The margins 1 3/4 lengths, 2.5 lengths, 2.5 lengths. 5, 4, 7, 1, 3, 10. Race 6, the Group 1 Magnus Benrose Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies championship.
Well, Tim Williams, still unbeaten this filly, and on tonight's form, that might continue for a while.
You know, that's definitely right, Greg. I think each time she steps off the place, she's, she's really working out. She's a racehorse now.
Louisiana Belle mid-through got off the gate very quickly early. Gee, they were running, weren't they? But you always had the option to take the lead, and I guess you're going to get that when you have the respect factor.
You know, it's dead right. Obviously, they went that hard early. It opened up a few holes, and we were able to drop in, and probably didn't have to do the work the others did, and we were able to work our way the lead as we liked, and she was very good afterwards.
New Zealand record to add to her already impressive overall record. What could she run? Because she appeared to do that under her own steam tonight.
You know, that's right, and obviously missing last week's run, probably it was against her tonight, and she seemed to sort of do it pretty easy. She sort of went to knock off halfway up, but she's a filly we sort of haven't found the bottom of it yet, I don't think. She seems to be doing it pretty easy.
Good season. would be an understatement. Tim, you could get used to winning these Group 1 races, couldn't you?
Yeah, no, that's right. I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit and drive these lovely horses, and it makes my job a lot easier.
Congratulations to you, Tim. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Fanfare's Dream About Me comes back at the head of the field. She grabs a performance incentive bonus. She backs up her Group 2 Young Guns Delightful Lady championship win with her Group 1 win tonight in the Magnus Benrose Sires Stakes 2-year-old fillies championship. Charles, along with Mrs. J.L. Roberts, Paul and Mary Kenny, the owners. Better's Delight, Splendid Dreams, 2-year-old bay filly, of course bred by Charles Roberts, unbeaten now in 4 appearances. Tim Williams for Mark Purden and Natalie Rasmussen, and a new New Zealand record, 201.41. It's the job done. Johnny Magnus down there, part of the victory celebrations. Paul Lowther for the Auckland Trotting Club also in attendance. 4 Louisiana Belle Midfrew in for a second. American Ideal 2-year-old, a bay filly out of Lulabelle Midfrew, raced by Jay and Mrs. R. Mooney. Nigel McGrath trained at Whedon's, and Matthew Williamson and 7 Arden's Choice third. Pan Pacific Flight Brown 2-year-old filly out of Winter Rose, raced by J.R. and Mrs. J.A. Stiven, along with Ali and Mrs. L.J. Rose Villiers. Mark Purden, Natalie Rasmussen, the trainers, and Mark did the driving. 5 Dream About Me, $1.60 and $1. $1.60 $1. 4 Louisiana Belle Midfrew at $3.70, $3.70, and 7 Arden's Choice at $1.40, $1.40. Quinella, $17.30, $17.30. Trifecta, $53.70, $53.70. In the first 4, $647.60, $647.60. We'll have an update on Pick 6 on the back of our official presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's again take you down to Michael Guerin to take us through the presentation for the second of our Group 1s, the Magnus Benrose Sires Stakes fillies, and unbeaten, 4 starts, 4 wins. She's a simply superb 2-year-old.
She is, Aaron, but it's very easy for people watching this to think some big-name owners trained by the Purden Rasmussen barn. It's all easy money when you're racing a horse like this. Just go back 7 days and she had a hoof abscess which robbed her of a chance of a Group 1. So racing's roller coaster, down last week and up this week for Dream About Me, of course the sister to the great Chris and Me, who won the Auckland Cup here just a couple of months ago in national record time. It's my great pleasure to introduce from the Auckland Trotting Club Mr. Paul Lowther to help in the presentation after the second of our Group 1s.
Thank you, Michael. On behalf of the Auckland Trotting Club, welcome to our place, Alexandra Park. Tonight we're seeing harness racing at its finest, and the 2-year-olds have done their part. The 2-year-old fillies have done their part. Special thanks to the Sires Stakes Board, Doreen and Graham, for all the work that you do, and to our sponsor, Magnus Benrose. This is the 12th consecutive time that Magnus Benrose has sponsored this particular event. We have just witnessed the 25th running of this Sires Stakes for the 2-year-old fillies, and we congratulate the connections of all the participants that took place in the series. To the winner, Dream About Me, and the connections, Charlie, June, Paul and Mary, congratulations. I'll now ask John to come forward. June, we mentioned June. And I understand that June, this is the first horse that June has actually raced. So that's Charlie's wife. So that is particularly of importance, obviously, to Charlie and to the rest of us. I'd ask John from Magnus Benrose to come forward and to present the trophy. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. It gives me great pleasure to present the trophy to Charles and Mary and Paul. And congratulations.
Thank you, John, very much. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, first of all, to the Sires Stakes Board and to the race sponsor, Magnus Benroe, both enormous sponsors of harness racing here at Alexandra Park and around the country. If I was Gay Waterhouse, I'd say right now, what a wonderful run and what a terrific drive by Tim. And you know what? She'd be right. Seriously, though, we've got to thank Mark Purdon, Natalie Rasmussen, Tim Williams and all the team at All Stars. They've done a wonderful job with this filly. Mary and I and Charlie and June, we're not usually racing horses as 2-year-olds. This horse is both a surprise and a delight. But to thank you to all the team at All Stars and to everybody here tonight. Thank you so much.
So our congratulations go to the connections of Dream About Me. She's already worth a fortune as a broodmare heading forward to Group 1s, or a Group 1 and a Group 2, I should say, and of course bred in the purple. And great to see Mrs. Roberts here enjoying the victory tonight as well. We have plenty more to go here at Alexandra Park. Really good betting race the next on the card. The Faithful is the favourite. If you haven't had much luck tonight on the pump, cha-ching, cha-ching would be very hard to beat. $3.80 on the fixed odds. I'm not sure that will hold up. The race after that, though, is the big one for the Pacers for the night. We have 2 huge Group 1s to go, of course, the Messenger and the Row Cup. Hope you're enjoying your night here at Alexandra Park. Shortly, the horses onto the track for the 7th on the card.
Will run around the first corner and get himself into it. You know he's good enough to get right into it here. Check the Mail. Greater Jack's also got plenty of support here. $7 you are getting on the tote. $5 with the book here for Greater Jack. Another one like Check the Mail won't be the fastest dog out of the boxes, but will be doing its best work towards the end, and has been lightly raced, just a couple of runs so far this month, and did run third here last week, getting home a fair way, or getting home well, a fair way off the pace. And another one that's a big danger. There's support for Kissing Gwyneth out there in the 7. She's unbeaten from box 7. Kissing Gwyneth, 2 starts in the black rug for 2 wins. And at $5, $5.40 and $2.40. Good money for very good performers here in this field. Outside of Corborn Brick, you're getting some very good prices. Around the 2 Steve Clark runners, Check the Mail, always there or thereabouts, and even Greater Jack, $5.50, $6.30 with the tote. And the one out wide, Applause. And of course Applause is in winning form last time out, coming up in grade. Tough ask for Applause, but she has been racing well. She's picked up 3 wins in the last 6 starts, and even though it is a tough step up for her, she has been going well for the Wanganui East Bowls Club. About to lock away, maybe not. No, just saw someone bolting around the course here. No, we're all good to go. They're locking away. Thought we had a dog that got loose there. But they're all up there now for the Keenan Concrete. Bunny comes round, set to go, ready. And racing off the inside, Smash Allegro jump well along there with Spud Missile going up to it and half wide now. Kissing Gwyneth also getting across the inside for Corborn Brick. Gets a lovely run through from Greater Jack's nice and handy. So is Check the Mail just in behind now. Kissing Gwyneth getting back in the field of Paws has got back in TK Yapper. They charge down the back. Smash Allegro sets him up in front. A couple around the outside. Greater Jack's nice and handy just in behind Corborn Bricks right there as well. And Check the Mail, they go for home. Good race here. Greater Jack took over. Greater Jack will come away to beat. Well, I think Check the Mail. Then we go to Kissing Gwyneth, not too far away. Corborn Brick, good finish. Then they got away there on TK Yapper, Spud Missile, and the one at the back of the field was Applause, wasn't too far away. Well, he was always close, wasn't he, Greater Jack? He was basically sitting outside the pace off the back straight, and you would probably think he wouldn't lose from there, Greater Jack, and hasn't. He's run a 30.14 and a run home of 11.63. Good race, very good matchup between the four dogs on that corner. 30.14, 11.63, 1 3/4 a half by a half. Here's the sectionals: 4.97, 18.51. Quick going. And from the hop, the inside Smash Allegro got the jump along with Spud Missile. And coming across also Kissing Gwyneth. You can see Greater Jack just driving up the centre, got a clean run round that first corner. And once he was that handy, he was always going to be tough to roll. And it gets the win. Nice run here for third last week, but probably got too far back here last week, and gets the win for the Cantio Dia Hiscock at Syndicate. Angela Turnbull picks up another. Gets the win start 20, win number 8 for Greater Jack by collision at a Bushlang, and has been two strong numbers here: 6, 4, 7 and 2. Check the Mail and Kissing Gwyneth will fill the Miners. Great race, first leg of the quaddie, and Greater Jack 8.32.20. Check the Mail $2. Kissing Gwyneth $1.90. The 4-6 Cornella $28.50. The trifecta 647 $331.90. 6472 first for $811.20. Wrapped up the treble 2, 9 and 6 $130.30. Well, as I said there, Brendan, some good prices for some very good dogs. Greater Jack, I'd say many people will be very happy with that $8 price for Greater Jack.
Yeah, 100%, Daryl. Yeah, Greater Jack, as you said, at that value of around $8, taking out the first leg of the quaddie, 8.30 for the 6 Greater Jack. So 6, 4, 7 and 2 in race number 9. Here is the 7th, the second leg of pick 6, 77,000 live units, and the Faithful, $2.40 and $1.10, $2.60 in money back. Just looking for really just probably a bit more luck in running, and probably will get that from the fact that it's got a better draw tonight than what it did last time to the races when drawn the outside of the front line, and just the way things developed in front of it in terms of that race 7 days ago. Ching Ching at $4.40, and She Don't Love Me with a modicum of a lot of support as well. Fixed odds at $4.40, and Snooky at $7.50, and Asuka at $8 are the others that are in single figures. We're 10.5 minutes out from a big night of harness racing coming out of Alexandra Park. We'll take a break, and on the other side we'll rejoin Greg O'Connor and Craig the Well Thompson.
Who's your best rider of the day?
Probably Tequila Sunrise.
It's still Tequila Sunrise just in front. Tequila Sunrise. I thought Piccadilly possibly looms as a great chance.
Yeah, I think she's probably my best.
Piccadilly in front for Ness Johnston though, and Piccadilly delivers in the first.
Yeah, I quite like Endeavour in the second race.
But Endeavour won it. Cursive is your mount for Stephen Marsh.
Yeah, she's a really progressing stayer. She's probably my best ride on the day.
Towards the post and Cursive. Cursive got the money in the first.
You've seen the Go Racing success over the years. Our owners know that winning feeling and they never tire of it. 2015 is going to be a huge year for us, so make sure you're part of the excitement. Here
Alexandra Park, the home of the Auckland Trotting Club, and this is Can-Am Row Cup night. Good crowd on course, and we are, in a little bit of a hiatus in between the Group 1s off the back of a brilliant performance from Speeding Spur taking out the Brecon Farms Northern Trotting Derby, and Dream About Me continued on her winning way. And the second of our Group 1s here tonight, the Magnus Benrose Sires Stakes 2-year-old Fillies Championship. This is the 7th. The Faithful's the $2.50 book favourite. Look, I thought he was very good last week. He finished second behind Prince of Pops. He just got held up at the wrong time. He started from barrier 8, so he did plenty of work, and he made up a good stretch of ground inside the last 100 metres. Couldn't quite get the win, but went very close. He's clearly the horse to beat. He has the ability to get off the gate, as does the one She Don't Love Me. Her workout win here a couple of weeks ago was very strong, and last week, well, she again had a white barrier draw and had to do some work. She did have a late gallop in that race, but she's much better than that, and I think, or he is rather, and I think from the position of gate 1, the son of Better's Delight can get some money for the Stephen Reid, Simon McMullen barn. There is a good look at She Don't Love Me. Certainly a bigger chance tonight, Craig Thompson, I believe, from gate number 1 than last week when drawn wide on the front row.
Expect a big run from this filly tonight, Greg, the colt from barrier number 1.
It's a real trap, isn't it, when a horse is called She Don't Love Me?
Yeah, well, just the name suggests it is a filly, but a lot of ability. The key for this horse, I reckon, is to get off the gate as quick as he can. If he can hold cha-ching and the Faithful to the first bend, give him a really good chance of winning. He galloped on the last bend last week, but just looking at the videos during the week, didn't look like he was travelling too badly to me, and he paraded looking really well tonight. So I think he's a very good each-way chance. I've got him in my top 3, and yeah, he can win the race.
All right, the 2 in the book is the Faithful. You spoke to Zach Butcher. Look, he wasn't disappointed last week because he just ended up in a position where he couldn't catch Prince of Pops, but he was very, very good in second.
And probably what didn't help his chances at the gallop on the home bend, pushed him a little bit wider, and it maybe cost him his momentum. Prince of Pops got there by a neck at the line, but this bloke was closing. He's a nice horse. He's owned by a big syndicate, Zach Butcher. We talked to him earlier in the night, and this is what he had to say. Zach, you drive the Faithful from barrier number 2 tonight. Very good run last week, and you've got a better draw tonight.
Yeah, he made up a lot of ground last week, and sort of things didn't go his way. They went a little bit slow that first bit of the race, and got the better draw tonight. Hopefully we can cross early and get a cosy run, and he should be thereabouts at the finish.
I know he's only a Class 2 horse and it is a 2 to 4 win field. There's some nice ones in there, but I think he can use his draw, can't he?
Yeah, definitely. He's got a little bit of gate speed and he can tough it out when he needs to. And as you say, 2 to 4, but I think over the future he's got another few wins in him, so he'll get to that grade anyway.
The messenger tonight, you're dictated by the draw. You're the second row. I'm saying that the 2 times he's won the Jewels, he's come from back in the field with 1 run. Is that a case of what's going to have to unfold tonight?
Yeah, he's definitely going to need a bit of luck tonight, but I think I've got the horsepower to do it, and he's just going to have things go his way, and hopefully those good ones off the front tonight will go hard early and do a bit of work, and our chance is going to be if they go hard, we'll bomb them at the finish. So he's going to need things to go his way, but as I said, I've got the horsepower to be there.
How's he come through last week's Taylor Mile?
Yeah, he seems well enough. He's jumping around the paddock and that, but he's probably a horse who doesn't lead on a lot, and I'll get more of a feel when I get out there on how he's going to go. And as I said, hopefully all things going well, the luck comes our way.
Dr. Hook in the Can-Am Row Cup. Tough race. Second row draw. He's going to need a little bit of luck tonight?
Yeah, he's an honest old horse and he's done a great job throughout his career, but tonight's probably looking a little bit tough for him. He's going to need a bit of luck and things to go his way, so hopefully he steps away quick and puts himself in a position and get handy to be thereabouts at the finish.
Eliante in the second last tonight, very good from a stand last week. You revert back to the mobile and you've taken on one of your old favourites in Lanceford Lizzie. Nice draw though, and gee, she was good last week.
Yeah, she was really well last week. She actually surprised me. She toughed it out that last 800 metres and had to do it pretty strong, so probably a wee bit of a step up racing a horse like Lanceford Lizzie, but the way she's going at the moment, I wouldn't say she's without a chance. She's going to be a hard horse to beat, our stable mate, but she's got the draw and hopefully she gets the run to do it.
In the last, you drive Ideal Bell. I thought good to see her back in form last week. David drove you back on board tonight. Standing start doesn't seem to be a problem. There's one Purdon horse there called Willow that goes okay though.
Yeah, it's good to get back on the old mare, and it's going to be tough to beat Willow, but I think now the two better horses in there, and hopefully we've got the 10 metre advantage on her. If we step away quick enough and end up in front of her, that's going to be our chance of beating her. But as you said, a 6-horse field, it's going to come down to tactics at the end of the night, and hopefully we outdrive them.
You're always telling me such a good selector and a good tipster. Put it on you tonight. Your best of your last 6?
The last 6, they were pretty short, so I probably can't tip you into much, but we'll go Aliente just because I think I can outdrive the old man.
Good humour there from Zach. I don't know that he was smiling or laughing like that when Start Dreaming bolted away from him ahead of Democrat Party, because you're telling me, Craig, off here that the shortener for the Harness Jewels is clearly Start Dreaming?
Yeah, I believe it's shortened considerably since its win during the night, Greg, and probably rightly so. They've reacted to what was a very impressive win, and she's going forward at the right time, and there are a few at the moment coming to the end of their season.
A lot better. Has won the 3 from 13, including 2 of his last 5.
Yeah, he's a nice horse, Greg, and saying that winning at Hara, taking on this company tonight is a whole different beast, but nice type. Of course, Anna Donnelly's having a great time at the moment with her stable star, and this one, he's a nice type. He probably goes a little bit better left-handed than he does right-handed, but he's not without a chance here.
I reckon this horse here is a cracking winning chance. Cha-ching, cha-ching, leaves the gate very quickly. If he's able to get out and in front of the faithful and She Don't Love Me, I think he becomes the one to beat.
Well, I think majority of his races when he's gone well has been in front or on the speed, and I think that's the way he races best. He's got a barrier draw that aids his chances to do that. David Butcher's had a good night tonight. I expect him to be on the speed, if not in front.
The Reed McMullen barn have a second pronged attack here with Franco Nikau. Look, he's won the 30,000, but there have been times when he's been disappointing.
Yeah, they used the gate last week to fire out of the gate and lead up with him early on, and he went okay, Greg. He was disappointed. I talked to Stephen on the night, disappointed with his run at Manawa too. He was better last week, and maybe with further improvement, he's not far away. Nice
Mare is runner number 7 in Snooky by Better's Delight, trained and driven by Tony Herlihy. Well, Tony Snooky, she's just racing super at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, she had a bit of that was a first run back for a wee while the other night and probably blew out a fraction, so she should be improved for tonight. Seems nice and bright, and yeah, she's in with a place runner's chance again in this field. As we know, this time of the year and these premier races, they're not easy to win, and she'll need a wee bit of luck, but she's another one who does her best.
In saying that, Willow last time was almost a drop back tonight, although obviously there's some pretty tough boys in there this time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But she, like you say, she's quite strong, and hopefully she's just improved off that run last week, and we'd be thereabouts again. Keep the owner happy.
He'd want to do that, wouldn't he, given that wife Suzanne owns this one outright, and I know she cooks a pretty mean roast.
Well, it's racing well, Snooky, and of course it's a big drop back in grade for what she's been racing. Barrier draw, barrier number 7, a lot of gate speed inside. I probably have to go back from the draw, and she takes on horses like the Faithful, of course raced in the Derby, Greg, and ran 6th in the Derby behind Have Faith in Me. So can win the race, absolutely will need luck in the running though.
Asuka is a mare by Art Major out of Lizzie Maguire, of course herself a former Group 1 winner, and this one she's in very good form, and Josh Dickey off the back of a Group 1 win gets his chance from gate number 8.
Yeah, not a great draw for Asuka. Again, we'll have to go back from the draw, but was good behind Aliente last week. That was a stand. Back to the mobile tonight. Again, another one that's well assessed in the race, a Class 4 taking on predominantly 2s and 3s, but again, $14 because of the draw.
And what about Better's Spirits? May well be the big benefactor here if they go very hard early and on the markers from the start.
Well, if She Don't Love Me can hold up, Better Spirits is a great place bet, because in the trail we know what he's like. He's great following speed, and he's great with a 200-metre sprint. That's why he wins his races. If he gets that trip, he's the best value in the race.
All right, and one bet.
The Faithful for me.
Yep, all right, let's get up to Aaron White for your thoughts around race number 7. Money continues to come for 2 runners. They are The Faithful and Cha-Ching Cha-Ching.
I'm going with Snooky, and this at a nice price too, at $6 and $2.80. She does drop back in company here. She took on the 3 to 6 win horses in behind Willow last week. Of course, The Faithful, he ran second in the C1 and 2 pace last week, so there's a big discrepancy there. I'm happy with the $6.20 and $2 around Snooky. The 5 Cha-Ching Cha-Ching, well in the mix. 8 Asuka, chased hard in behind Aliente last week in 1. She Don't Love Me gallop coming around the final corner. The prior 2 victories strong, so leaving out The Faithful, 7, 5, 8 and 1 for me.
Thanks for that, Aaron. And of course, David Butcher gets his second opportunity to get a winner here tonight from just the three
drives.
drives.
And
he's got Lancwood Lizzie,
yeah,
so
could get 9 points.
He could do. Yep, gate's about to roll here. Craig, any late thoughts?
No, not really, Greg. I think the race very much depends on what happens at the start here. If She Don't Love Me can hold...
And $1.20 to run the favourite at a barrier 2. Auckland Trotting Club 2014 Syndicate, the ownership. Zach Butcher for Barry Purdon. Thank you, Craig. And the runners in behind the yellow bar arm for race 7, second leg of pick 6, 77,345. Survive a Dream About Me through the Group 1 Magnus Penrose Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies champ. So they're about to work into the lane. Race 7. At dispatch, Ray Dickey, Chartered Accountants, mobile, green light is flashing, and the faithful out nicely with She Don't Love Me. Now, Snooky's going to find good early gate speed here. Can she get across the face of the field? The Iceman tries onto the stables corner, and she's just about there. She's cleared the faithful. She can't clear She Don't Love Me, though. Better Spirits gets a lovely run through from the second line. Then Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. 7 lengths away, High View Freddy. Franco Nico a lot better. And Asuka last. So up into the back they go, and She Don't Love Me. Fergie holds up the lead over Better Spirits. Now the faithful's gone down to the marker line as Snooky was looking to ease to get to there, so she's going to have to sit park the trip. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching in the 1-1 for David Butcher. Then a lot better High View Freddy. Franco Nico Asuka lead time 42.1. Ray Dickey, Chartered Accountant, pace off the back they come. She Don't Love Me, Peter Ferguson, a length and a half. Better Spirits with that lovely run in the trail for Phil Butcher. Snooky doing it tough for the Iceman Park. Then the faithful Zach Butcher, the favourite for the race, 3 back on the inside. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching, 1-1. A lot better, and Arna Donnelly 4 back on the markers as Franco Nico starts to come forward. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching will come out of the 1-1 in front of it. High View Freddie and John Dunn back in the field. Asuka and Joshua Dickey back last, 32-4. Was the opening quarter. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching has a play for the lead on She Don't Love Me. Down to the Judge Bell and 1 to go. Fergie again, though, wants to hold up the lead here. Better Spirits in the meantime enjoying the lovely gun run in the trail stables corner. 1-1 then to Snooky. Back on the inside, the faithful. A lot better's got away from the markers. Franco Nico out 3. High View Freddy second last. Asuka last. 29 the second quarter. Ray Dickey, Chartered Accountants, pace through the back. And with his head in front, Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching on the outside of She Don't Love Me. Better Spirits in the trail. Snooky 1-1 cover for the final circuit. Then the faithful all dressed up, nowhere to go. 3 back on the inside of a lot better. Here's Asuka. She starts her claim around Franco Nico and High View Freddy. 4:50 left to go. Showground's turn final time. She Don't Love Me. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. Better Spirits a major threat to these leaders when that passing lane opens. Asuka getting around Snooky. The faithful's running up into pockets and behind, then a lot better. Homeward bound. She Don't Love Me. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. Better Spirits passing lane runs there now. The faithful still in a pocket. Asuka down the outside and Snooky. She Don't Love Me. Better Spirits. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. The faithful seeing a gap late. She Don't Love Me. Better Spirits drives. Better Spirits wins. Second, She Don't Love Me. The faithful unlucky third. Then Asuka and Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. They were followed by Franco Nico, Snooky. Further back in the field, a lot better. And High View Freddy to be the last. And they break the 240 again. 239.9. Home and 27.5. And a final quarter of 56.2. Better Spirits with the gun run in the trail. Runner-up of the Jewels last year, of course, the son of Better's Delight. And with tonight's money, just about securing a spot in this year's Jewels. Better Spirits with the soft, cold shot passing lane gets under a very gallant She Don't Love Me. The faithful, very unlucky. He'll run third. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching will be fourth in front of Asuka. And Snooky further back. Competitive race. The Ray Dickey, Chartered Accountant, mobile pace. But Better Spirits, too good.
Official placings, race 7, the Ray Dickey Chartered Accountant Mobile Pace. 912587. 912587. Horse 9, Better Spirits, paced the 2200 metres in 239.93. A mile rate of 156.9. Last 856.2. The 427.5. The margins ahead, 1 length, a half head. 912587, race 7, the Ray Dickey Chartered Accountant Mobile Pace.
9 Better Spirits back at the head of the field, raced by Mrs. B.M. Berger along with Mrs. M.T. Corboy, G.J. Rowe and Mrs. T.D. Court. Career wins 6 at start 30 tonight. The Better's Delight, Spirit of Eros, a brown 3-year-old colt. Mike Berger trained at Cambridge. Philip Butcher back into the victory circle, greeted by Ray Dickey for Ray Dickey Chartered Accountants, and Gordon Robertson, steward of the Auckland Trotting Club, also in attendance. So that's win money tonight. We'll see him just about be safe into the jewels this year. Better Spirits, runner-up last year and behind Bodine Bowers, who came out and won the West Australian Derby last week. So Better Spirits on the way forward and on the way to Ashburton, it looks like, again to take his place in another jewels. Nice win. The Better's Delight, 3-year-old, and second winner on the program tonight for a Better's Delight, bred by Woodland Stud, New Zealand Limited. 1 She Don't Love Me, Valiant Run second, Better's Delight, 3-year-old bay colt out of Abbey's Babe. Raced by S.J. Reid, Mrs. M.J. V. Hoggard, Emong, R.L. Crisp and Katie Odgers. Stephen Reid, Simon McMullen trained at Pukekohe and Peter Ferguson. And To the Faithful to make it a Better's Delight trifecta out of Running on Faith. Brown 3-year-old gelding, Auckland Trotting Club 2014 syndicate race. Barry Purden the trainer and Zach Butcher doing the driving. Better Spirits number 9 at $14.30 and $3, $14.30 and $3. 1 She Don't Love Me, $1.50, $1.50. To the Faithful at $1.20, $1.20. Quinella $14.90, $14.90. Trifecta $226.10, $226.10. First 4 $594.40, $594.40. 5 and 9 in the double at $16.10, $16.10. 5 and 1 concession at $3.30, $3.30. And the 3, 5 and 9 treble $59.70, $59.70. Pick 6 after 2 legs. 5,252.02 live, 5,252 live in pick 6.
The only horse he would hand to is Border Control because he knows he would stay there. Of course, a lot of the talking point out of this race, Craig, will be can Sky Major run 1 or 2 to advance his chances of going and becoming the first horse to win 3 harness jewels. It's going to be a big ask from the outside of the second row.
It is. And talking to Zach Butcher with that interview, I just got a feeling that the horse has improved this week. He's won 2 jewels driven cold tonight. He's going to get that opportunity to come with 1 run. He didn't have that last week being 3 wide.
All right, that is the next of our Group 1s here, Brendan Popperwell, as I get an opportunity to say good day to you, and looking forward to the next 2 big ones because, of course, the Can-Am Row Cup, the 97th running of that great race, will follow up the Messenger of 2015.
Yeah, it really is 2 hot races to come now here on TAB Trackside 1 out of Alexandra Park. The Messenger next on the program, and as Greg pointed out, He has been a significant shortener, hasn't he, as a Hoka punter. $2.80 was his opening quote. He's now $2.20, and he has the luxury of barrier draw number 1, where he was huge last week in the Taylor Mile. We'll talk more about that race shortly, but we're off to the Wanganui Greyhounds for the 10th on their program. This is the second leg of the quaddie. The ticket, the run you need on your ticket so far is the 6 and Guarded Jack. Favourite for the race is Alpaca, looking for 3 on the bounce. Now this greyhound is at $3.50 fixed odds, $3.90, $2.30. YOY, a last start winner here at this venue, is also in single figures. And Sweet Asbro, $4.20, $1.80 is in the market. $3.50 and $1.70 is actually tote favourite when it comes to the 10th. How'd you see this one, Daryl?
Yeah, very good field this one too, Brendan, finishing off with 3 very nice sprint fields. I think Lisa Ahern will fight it out here with Sweet Asbro and Alpaca. I am a Alpaca fan, but the fact that she's in box 4 and Sweet Asbro gets that inside draw. My new Sweet Asbro hasn't done a great deal from the 2 starts in box 1 so far in her career, but she is racing very well. So is Alpaca. They're both in great form, and just the better box draw means that I just lean here towards the 1 over the 4. The Sweet Asbro does come out running, and possibly Wheelie Rascal will probably just take a bit of a right direction, maybe not too bad, but won't be heading over towards the rail, and that'll create a bit of room also for Naraho. For Clark and Jen, they picked up the first race with Azure Dreams, the Lifestyle Syndicate, and looking to carry on from where they left off from with Azure Dreams here with Naraho. Off the inside draw of 2, 8, 6 and 5 in the last 3 starts for the 2, and looking to go a big race here in very good form, and a good chance for the Lifestyle Syndicate to pick up 2 wins tonight. So I do like the inside dogs, 1, the 4, the 2, also the 5 YOY. Lisa Ahern's got 4 in the race and a big chance of getting a good piece of the pie for sure. Last start winner YOY here 2 weeks ago in a fairly tough class of 4-5 field. That was also from box 5. Box 5 record is very good though, has picked up 4 race day wins from the 5, and will need to jump out. Took a flyer, or jumped out very well here last time 2 weeks ago, and it will be looking for that same beginning here today. The 5, $3.50. Alpaca is the favourite, but some good value there for Alpaca. $3.50, $3.90 the tote if you can get that. $3.50 now, $2.90 tote favourite is the 1, and $4.20 for Sweet Asbro. All very good chances in this race. Wheelie Rascal's coming up from class 4. That last win at the Manawa 2 a couple of weeks back, and probably would like to draw out a little bit wider. But coming into this with winning form, Angela Turnwald having a good night as well. Senorita Tina here for Marcy Flip. Picked up a class 3 and 4, came up to the open class company last time. Didn't go a bad race either here last Friday. Came home very well from that midfield position, and finishing up 3rd and behind the dog that will draw on the outside of her, and that's What's Up G. What's Up G, big winner here in that race, and then lined up at Palmerston North on Monday, and ran a fair race, but probably a little bit better on this circuit here. What's Up G started off his career as probably not getting on too well with this track at all, but really has got it together. And Corborn Midget out there in box 8 hasn't won from the outside, 2 traps. Box 6 record very good, but yet to show anything from the outside, 2 draws. But she's got the speed, Corborn Midget, there's no doubt about that, and she can get away with them. She could easily land outside the leaders going into that first corner and play a big part in this race, but we'll probably need to get around them early. So the Wanganui Security for the class 4 and 5s, good field. Sweet Asbro and Alpaca in great form. YOY also a last start winner, and that's now favourite. So Lisa Ahern with a very good chance in the race. She's got half of the field. Sweet Asbro will go up there with Wheelie Rascal and YOY. What's Up G. Naraho. Alpaca. Sitting on a hat-trick, Senorita Tina and Corborn Midget. To the outside, kicking off a new treble. Sweet As Bro now comes into tote favourite, so I think all three Lisa Ahern runners have had a turn at being favourite in the last 5 minutes. Bunny just about there, ready. And racing into, flying out the inside here is Sweet As Bro along there with Naraho, and now trying to get around the outside Alpaca. Just in behind looking for the rail now is YOY, and gets it beside it Senorita Tina. Back here to Corborn Midget also. What's Up G, and out the back is Willie Rascal. They go for home. Sweet As Bro had the draw and got the win. Gets there from Naraho. Then we go here to Alpaca. Senorita Tina closing off well. Then back to YOY. Then on crossing here we had What's Up G, Corborn Midget together, and Willie Rascal will tail them in. Sweet As Bro. To be fair, I'm probably more of an Alpaca fan, but Sweet As Bro had that draw tonight and has run a 17:39. That's the quickest she's gone. And a run home of 10:51. Did everything right off the inside. They all jumped out together, the 1, the 2 and the 4, but she had that inside advantage, held the rail well. And it was pretty much, we thought, how the race would pan out, and that's the way it has. Gets it nicely, the 1. Over the 2, 4, and the 6, 3 3/4. A neck. Just waiting on that third margin to come back up. 6:88. The run-up time. 17:39. Big win, Sweet As Bro. Start 22. Win number 8 by Collision, and a trendy habit for Lisa Ahern and Craig Rendell. That third margin was a length, so 3 3/4 a neck by 1. Big run by Naraho here for Clarkie and Jen, the Lifestyle Syndicate. Another check for them, and also the 4 Alpaca going another honest race. Maybe if she had box 1 it could have been a bit different, but no, she's had box 4 and she's run a big race all the same, into third ahead of the 6 Senorita Tina. So good race that one there, Brendan. Taking us on to race number 11, another good class 4 and 5 field. Looking forward to this one as well, the racingtips.co.nz. And this one, time to go at 19 after 9.
Good one, thanks for that, Daryl. So 1, 2, 4 and 6, those numbers across the line. 330, 140, 230, 180. 1570 for the Quinella, 74.30 the trifecta, and 721 even for the first 4. Can tell you on TAB trackside 2, Follow the Stars is just about to get underway. In fact, the race has just started, race number 4 there at Melton. We are close to start time as well to the New Zealand Messenger, which is the next live race upcoming here on TAB Trackside 1, and Ahoka Punter has shortened again. He is now $2.10 to take out the Group 1 Messenger. Border Control at 5.5, Dalton Bromac at $6.50, and Sky Major is at $9, looking for improvement off last week's run in the Taylor Mile. Of course, a race that was won by Mosdale Connor, which is at $11s and $3. We'll rejoin the team after the break. We are 10 minutes out from the New Zealand Messenger.
For over 50 years, Livermole has been Australia's leading coat conditioner for weanlings, yearlings, show, stud, stock and racing animals. Its proven formula uses ingredients selected for their ability to improve coat and skin condition. And when your animals need to look their very best, add the ultimate layer of professionalism with our grooming range. Call 1-800-801-201 or visit iahp.com.au.
3 Border Control, Mark Purden, 5:21.60 scratch 4. 5 Dalton Bromac, Ricky May, 7:61.60. 6 Mosdale Connor, the Taylor Mile winner last week. Morris McKendry, 19 and 6. 7 Takawa, Todd Mitchell, 45 and 12. 8 Massini, Dexter Dunn, 32 and 13. 9 Beyond the Silence, inside second row draw, Lynn Neal at 73 and 19. 10 Ideal Success, Arna Donnelly, 45 and 16. 11 Isaiah, Natalie Rasmussen, 11 and 360. And 12 Sky Major, Zach Butcher, 9.30 and $3.90. 15,500 currently in the quaddy pool, 4,000 in the double pool. 8 minutes of bidding time available. Into the Group 1, Dawson, Harford and Partners.
Close to start time to the New Zealand Messenger. We are 8.5 minutes out from start time. Ahoka punted $2.10 and $1.08, $2.20 and money back when it comes to his price. He was beaten last week when he was really just put in a poor position in terms of where he was of winning the race, but boy, he really did put in the concluding stages to be able to finish into third position behind Most O'Connor, who was able to get things in front by able to go forward from his alley. Tiger Tara at 12, Border Control at $5, and Dalton Bromack at $6.50, of course, was beaten here, and we'll hear from Benny Hill very shortly with the lads in terms of where the horse is at 7 days later after his run in the Taylor Mile. Takawa at 51s, recent runs around the Manawa 2, coming off back marks, and recently Manawa 2 Cup when finishing into third position, and Massini at $41, the Australian visitor. Let's get back to you though, Greg O'Connor and Craig the Wild Thompson, because we are close to start time. We're counting down the minutes now, and the Hoka Punter keeps getting shorter as well as the race gets closer. He's now into 2:10.
He's very short, BP, but he deserves to be at that quote, I think. He's been an exceptional pacer right throughout his career, the winner of 15 from 27 and close to $600,000 now, as you can see on your screen. Craig, look, he won the Derby here in brilliant fashion, beating Dormy and Franco Nelson, who went on to run second in the New Zealand Cup. And, of course, his run in the Auckland Cup behind Chris and me and Adore Me was the run of a really, really good horse. And tonight he just has so many things in his favour.
Well, he does. Last week's race never panned out after drawing one the second row. He needed luck in the running. He didn't get it, but he made super ground in a run home. And a 152 last mile, and that's what he run. You couldn't have gone any better than he did in defeat. So his record at Alexandra Park's exemplary. 15 starts, 14 times in the money, including 9 wins. So he's got the barrier draw to hold the front. I think that's the key to the race. Bookmakers won't take any more money on them. Taps turned off on him. 50,000 multi finishing on him. And they've had 2 significant win bets totaling 10,000.
Let's hear what Tony Hurley has to say about his stable star. Tony, it's been a great campaign with him, and you have the advantage tonight, clearly a barrier one.
Yeah, no, I was really wrapped with his run last week, and he seems to have come through it really good and seems very well. So, so hopefully he is, and we can be right there.
All right, you've got options clearly from that. He has enough speed to hold up early. It's difficult to lead all the way in a Group 1, but with what he's shown us through this campaign, particularly with his Auckland Cup run, he's got the respect factor, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'd like to think he can, go close to leading, but like you say, a race is a race, and you never know what's going to happen or who's going to have a crack and what have you. So, and the very nice bunch of horses all around him, and as we know, and so it won't be easy. But like you say, he's drawn good, and we'll have a bit of a look early and see what happens.
Tony Hurley with the favourite there, a Hoka Punter. There's Tiger Tara, close to $400,000 in the bank. Of course, he won the Derby here on this track, and he won the Sires Stakes. So let's hear from Jeff Dunn before getting Craig Thompson's thoughts around the Son of Bettor's Delight. Jeff, another very credible performance from your horse last week.
We were really wrapped with his run. He was last at the mile and tracked up 3
serious type of a race, and our sponsors are Dawson Harford. They have been for the last 7 or 8 years now.
Yeah, about 8 years now, Michael.
Eight years, and you guys, every year I hear about all these wonderful things you do. The club tell me you do a great job, and I hear Aaron announcing all the range of legal activities you guys get up to. You must have some pretty smart people working there.
Oh yes, we've got a great team, and they always like coming along to these events every year. We bring the whole staff, and it's one of the highlights for their staff, and we really enjoy coming along. We're proud to be associated with the club. It's a great club with a great history and a fantastic future ahead of it as well.
Yeah, pretty exciting time here. I mean, there's a display suite out the back where obviously they're going to build a huge range of apartments here, external revenue streams being what they are. I was saying the other night on one of the shows that having this much property in Auckland and not developing it would be a dereliction of duty. They're doing the right thing here to secure the future of this club.
Well, I think the future of any organisation, particularly incorporated society, is very important. And with the history you have here, you have to plan for the future. A proper utilisation of your assets is the only way to do that. And I think if you haven't been to the display suites, I'd strongly encourage you to go. They're fantastically presented. Dom and her team have done a fantastic job along with the board. Great investment opportunity, and what an outlook over here. What an investment.
It surely is. I can't believe you're this sober at race 8. I know you're a sober judge, but surely you come to Alexandra Park. Haven't we been shouting you enough wines for the night?
I've got to drive.
Can you find a winner for us in the Messenger? Because it is a great field, and it's pretty hard, I suppose, to go past Hoka Punter, a horse you've seen win here on big nights before.
Yes. Well, I've actually gone for Hoka Punter. I was going to go for another Purdon horse, but I like number 1. I think it's got good form, and it's going to have a great race tonight. and that would be my pick, Michael.
I was saying earlier, when you do sponsor a race, you hope that it's won by a great horse. Obviously, the sponsors get a photograph, but you want to present the trophy after something significant. You guys sponsor the right race because the Messenger is the doorway to greatness and pacing in this country.
It has been over the years, and we think it's a significant race. Great for the club, and we're tremendously privileged to be able to sponsor the New Zealand Messenger.
Mate, we're thrilled to have you here. In 5 minutes' time, you get to give that cup to somebody. Sit back and enjoy the race like everybody else here. Favourite is a Hoka Punter. 2 years ago he came here and won the Derby. 2 months ago he came here and third in that record Auckland Cup. It took Chris and me and Adore Me to beat him. He's from Barrier 1 for the most successful reinsman, gallops harness anywhere, ever in New Zealand history, Tony Herlihy. But what a field behind him. This is a great race. Shortly, Aaron White to call the Messenger.
A little bit more, do you believe? And up to the 2700, we've already seen how good a stayer he can be.
Well, yeah, he is bouncing around a bit more. Look, he was good going into last week, but he just, after the race, I could tell he'd blown up and got away on me. Look, it'd been 3 weeks, I didn't trial him. He's just done so well on the trip up, to be honest. That's what it is. And Pamela Lindsay's place is lovely and a lot of grass, which I don't mind. But he's just done so well. And like you say, yeah, it's a learning curve. Like he's a boy racing the men, I think. And I think we've got a long way to go with this horse. This time last year, he hadn't even raced. Yeah. So we're asking a lot of him. That's what racehorses have to do. But he's got a long way to go. And like tonight's just another step forward, to later on.
What would you like to see unfold? Because it's going to be an incredibly tactical battle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race. It's going to be an exciting race to watch. It's probably more exciting than last week, and that's probably hard saying that. Look, I'll leave it up to Ricky, and I think his strength will be one run. Or getting around later on and not partaking early. And I don't think Ricky will partake early. Like, I won't tell him what to do, and I don't think he'll be partaking early.
So that's Brendan Hill giving us his insight into Dalton Bromack. Him and the remainder of the front line, Craig?
Well, Mosdale Connor won Taylor Mole last week by leading. He's going to have to go forward again. I think he races best in front. Tikauwel, he's been racing in the Manawatu region. He's racing okay, but he's out wide. He's going to have to go back. Massini was good last week. The Dunn boys have got a great record on the race. They've won it the last 3 years. Dexter will have to be at his perfect best at $31 to take out this year's one. Of the rest, Beyond the Silence follows out a Hoka Punter. Sneaky first 4 chance if you're looking for a bolter, just because he could be the possible trailer. Ideal Success coming off some absolutely outstanding form in the Country Cup steps up the big time tonight. Isaiah, earlier in the night you talked to Natalie Rasmussen. This is what she had to say.
Natalie, I thought his run last week had a bit of merit.
Oh, he was very good last week. I did that little bit of work early. He was involved in that early burn for a bit. Then sort of got held up, ducked back to the inside. Run on good. I thought the run would do him good. Expect probably, from the draw tonight, just have to see where we end up. But over the distance, I think that'll suit him.
So that's Isaiah racing the Jules colours, of course. $14 for him. If you're a fan of his, that's a great price.
Well, he's a good star, Greg, and I think he was one of the better runs of the race last week. I could see him being running on at the end of the strong 2,700 metres. He's not without a chance. Sky Major is one I want to talk about. I watched him go through the parade ring, Greg, and gee, he looked good tonight. I reckon he's going to go a blinder tonight, Sky Major. He's the forgotten horse out of the race. He needs to run 1-2.
Well, of course, he won the Chariots of Fire and did it so brilliantly sitting parked around Menangle. If they go very hard here, and there are a few potential leaders, a few that might have a look, he's the one horse sitting off the speed that can blouse them down the outside.
He's such a good horse at Alexandra Park here, Greg, and I can see him getting back in the field early on, but I think there will be mid-race moves. If he gets 3 wide carded into the race, I think he'll hit the line strongly.
Okay, your top 4?
Oh, I'm a Hoka Punter, man. I have been right through his career, Greg. I thought he could win the Taylor Mole last week. I think he'll win the Messenger tonight.
All right, up to you, Aaron White, for the 49th running of the Dawson Harford and Partners New Zealand Messenger Championship. An opportunity for, of course, last week's Victor Mosdale Connor to join a pretty elite band to do the double, but he's going to have to be even better this week.
You did right there, and with a Hoka Punter in one, I don't think he'll cross a Hoka Punter. He's clearly on top for me. Of course, third in the New Zealand Cup behind Adore Me and Chris and Me. You put one of those 2 horses into Barrier 1, I think you'll be shopping less than $2.10. So a Hoka Punter clearly for me, Border Control. He continues to race so wonderfully well. 11, Isaiah, I thought he came home nicely in the Taylor Mile. And 2, Tiger Tara, last time 2,700 metres here at Alexandra Park from a mobile. He won the Derby, could get a nice run from Barrier 2.
Thanks for that, Aaron. As the Alabar Mobile gets itself into position, there is Dalton Bromack making his way behind the gate. The distinctive style of Isaiah. There's Sky Major, a multiple Group 1 winner. He takes his spot from the
draws to Beyond the Silence, Ideal Success, Isaiah and Sky Major. Thank you, Greg. In this high class of 4 and 5-year-olds, they head up into the back. The Dawson Harford and Partners, New Zealand Messenger at Group 1. Ahoka Punter, Barrier 1 the favourite. Green light. They're off Ahoka Punter. He'll muster up good early gate speed and hold out the advances of Tiger Tara. So Beyond the Silence, he's got a lovely drag through from the second line for Lynn Neal. Mossdale Connor, the Taylor Mile winner. He presses forward on the outside, but he's going to have to sit park because the Iceman, he will not allow anything to go and get the lead around the showgrounds turn first occasion. Border Control will settle down in 5th. Back on the inside, Ideal Success, then Isaiah, Sky Major. Dalton Bromack taken back with Takawa, and Massini back last in the invited Australian to the Jules colours as they run through the lane. 2200 left to go. Ahoka Punter, the Superstars winner. The Iceman Tony Hurley, he leads Beyond the Silence in the trail. Up on the outside, Mossdale Connor, the Taylor Mile winner, and the Magic Man Morris McKendry obliged to sit parked at the stables corner first time. Tiger Tara, Gerard O'Reilly, 3 back on the inside. In the 1-1 is Border Control, getting a lovely trip in the Dawson Harford and Partners New Zealand Messenger Championship. Ideal Success, the King of the Country Cups, he's back on the inside of Isaiah. Sky Major's back in the field. The Chariots of Fire winner Dalton Bromack Takawa, and still back last is Massini. Through the back they go. 1600 metres left to run. Group 1, Dawson Harford and Partners New Zealand Messenger Championship, and 1:20.3 the lead time. So I'd say with Ahoka Punter with a lead time like that, that's comfortable for him. A length and a half Beyond the Silence. Mossdale Connor parked, and 1-1 Border Control as Massini and Dexter Dunn. They progress forward out 3 wide around the showgrounds turn. Tiger Tara 3 back on the inside. Isaiah in the Jules colours. He's in the running line around Ideal Success. Sky Major being patiently handled by Zach Butcher. Dalton Bromack and Takawa the last pair. Opening quarter 30-1. Ahoka Punter up 3 wide Massini, but Mossdale Connor won't let him down. So Mossdale Connor pushes up in the centre. Massini will be caught 3 wide for the final circuit. Back on the inside, Beyond the Silence. Border Control, lovely 1-1 sit for Mark Purden. Isaiah now out into the 3 wide line for Natalie Rasmussen. He'll get a lovely run on the back of the Australian Jules colours in the New Zealand set. Back on the inside to Tiger Tara, then Sky Major, Dalton Bromack Takawa. Ideal Success, 28-2 the second quarter. And Ahoka Punter on a nice rain leads by a half a length. Mossdale Connor, Massini 3 wide, no cover. Beyond the Silence waiting for the passing lane. Then in the 1-1 is Border Control. Isaiah only 2.5 lengths off Ahoka Punter as they come off the back and work the showgrounds turn. Then Tiger Tara, Sky Major, Dalton Bromack Takawa's back, locked away on the inside, and further back in the field then to Ideal Success. Third quarter and 29. Ahoka Punter sent for home by the Iceman. Over Mossdale Connor, Beyond the Silence. Border Control, Sky Major, Isaiah and Dalton Bromack down the outside. It's Ahoka Punter, a length and a half. Tiger Tara deep on the passing lane, bursting through, and here's Sky Major. Ahoka Punter, Sky Major, Tiger Tara, Sky Major, Tiger Tara. Sky Major, I think, gets it a nose. Sky Major, Tiger Tara, very tight finish, but I reckon Sky Major's got it, the Jules winner, and with that win should see him get in to defend the title. Ahoka Punter, Border Control, and they were followed Mossdale Connor Takawa. Ideal Success further back in the field then to Beyond the Silence, Dalton Bromack. Isaiah was back, and Massini the last 3:15.6. And the final quarter, 27.8. It's a photo finish. I say Sky Major just over the Derby winner in Tiger Tara for the Dawson Harford and Partners Group 1 New Zealand Messenger Championship. And another brilliant Zach Butcher drive on this Barry Purden 4-year-old. He's off to the Jules to defend his crown here too. Tiger Tara, game run second. Ahoka Punter will have to settle for third. Another great edition of this great race. Sky Major, he's had to overcome the draw. He didn't have too many dollars in the bank when it came Jules time, considering he was a Chariots of Fire winner, of course. The Australian stake money doesn't count for that. He had to win one of these big races to get into the Jules. He's done it tonight, and in great fashion.
Official placings, race 8, the Group 1 Dawson, Hartford and Partners New Zealand Messenger Championship. 12, 2, 1, 3, 5, 6. 12, 2, 1, 3, 5, 6. Horse 12, Sky Major, paced the 2,700 metres in 3:15.66. A mile rate of 1:56.5. Last 856.9, the 427.8. The margins are half head, 3/4 of a length, 1 length. 12, 2, 1, 3, 5, 6, race 8, the Dawson, Hartford and Partners New Zealand Messenger Championship, a Group 1 race.
Butcher back against the wall, Barry Purdon. That's a scary thought, and he's delivered at the Group 1 level once again.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. He's the best in New Zealand, best in the world as far as I'm concerned. The way you can get a good horse ready for a big race, as you said, off the back wall, he's an absolute genius, and I'm just wrapped we got it tonight.
What about the difference in this horse from last week to this? It's been a difficult preparation after winning the Chariots, but he just looks a magnificent individual tonight, doesn't he?
Oh, you know, he was lucky in the run and things went his way, but he had to be good enough to win tonight from the draw. And Barry, you know, I sort of sit back and I try to learn off him, but I suppose you can't learn everything he knows. He never panicked during the week, and he just had this horse spot on tonight.
All right, coming off the back, Tony Hurley, he was low flying with a Hoka punter. He's a hard horse to pick up, but geez, come very quickly, your guy, almost too quickly.
Yeah, well, exactly right. I sort of pulled out the top of the straight and thought I was a wee bit far away, but you know, when you ask him to go, he's just such a good horse. He puts in 100% every time he races, and probably 100 off the post. I thought, shit, I was a sneaky chance here, so I'm over the moon about this. A wrap for the owners and the trainers and everyone involved, just a big thrill.
All right, first messenger for you. Congratulations to you, Zach. Well done.
Thanks very much, Greg.
Greg O'Connor with a very happy Zach Butcher after the running of the Group 1 Dawson, Hartford and Partners New Zealand Messenger Championship, raced by Katrina Purdon, Trevor Casey, Clearview Racing number 4 Syndicate, John Lohman, Terry Henderson and the Anzac Racing Syndicate. Apt on Anzac weekend that the Anzac Racing Syndicate get our big one tonight. And with that victory, that'll secure his spot into the Jules, of course. He's looking for 3 Jules victories to go into New Zealand history, taking the 2- and 3-year-old Jules did Sky Major. Art Major, 4-year-old Bay Stallion out of Sky Beauty. Bred by the Hedges, BA and Mrs. H.A. along with G. Sweeney. Barry Purdon picks up his second on the program tonight. And another brilliant Zach Butcher drive on this magnificent individual Sky Major. 2 Tiger Tara, Better's Delight, 4-year-old Bay Entire out of Tara Gold, second race by RL and Mrs. J.A. Sanford. J.S. Gould and G.R. Dunn, Jeff Dunn trained at West Melton, Gerard O'Reilly and Wanahoka Punter, Better's Delight Bay, 5-year-old Entire out of Millwood, Minnesota, raced by Mrs. K. Carville, A.G. Hurley and S.W. Waters, Tony Hurley, the trainer and driver. 12 Sky Major, $8.40 and 2.10, $8.40, 2.10. 2 Tiger Tara, $2.90, $2.90 and Wanahoka Punter at $1.20, $1.20. Quinella returns $57.60, $57.60. Trifecta $387.30, $387.30. And the first 4, $1,291.10, $1,291.10. No update on Pick 6. We'll have that after the official presentation. Without further ado, let's take it back to Michael Guerin. One of the great races, Michael. A great finish, and Sky Major, not only tonight, but more importantly for the Jules, he will defend the Jules crown.
He sure will, Aaron. Great call. You picked the nose finish correctly as they hit the line. And, of course, he now has a chance to become the first ever three-time winner of the Harness Jewels at Ashburton on May the 30th. Trained by one of the greats in Barry Purdon, driven by a guy heading that way in Zach Butcher. It's my great pleasure to present from the Auckland Trotting Club, the president, to make the presentation to the very large ownership base of Sky Major. That's Kerry Hogarth. Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you again, Michael, and it's a pleasure to make this presentation this evening. Messenger has always been one of our great races, and I also want to thank Dawson Harford, who are the legal representatives to the Auckland Trotting Club, and give us a lot of advice over the years. And I thank them for their continued sponsorship of this event. I won't mention all of the owners because there's too many of them, and I'm not sure I would get all their names right, but they obviously have a tremendous thrill from seeing this horse qualify for the Jewels, which I think's a pretty important thing for him. If it could win 3, that would be something extraordinary. So I'd like to ask Graham Harford, on behalf of Dawson Harford, to come forward and make the presentation to a selected owner of this great race. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogarth. Once again, it's our privilege to be associated with the club and sponsorship of New Zealand Messenger. What a fantastic race, what a fantastic finish. Congratulations to the driver, congratulations to the owners, and it's my privilege to pass over this very distinguished cup. There are more owners here than I've had roast dinners, so I'm going to pick this gentleman here in the middle. So congratulations.
This is a wonderful occasion. We had our backs against the wall going into the race, but thanks to a very successful team that's behind this horse, he's been presented in first-class condition tonight and gone on and shown what a champion horse he is. Special thanks, Barry, Katrina, the whole team, and to the club, members, sponsors. It's a wonderful night and we'll enjoy it. Thank you very much.
So as the photos are taken, which of course they'll sell plenty of, the other winners, of course, Air New Zealand. All these people here will be getting on a plane about May 29th to head to Christchurch on to Ashburton for the Jewels on May the 30th. If you've never been there, it's an awfully big day and a lot of fun too. $1.2 million in stakes up for grabs. Sky Major has won it twice before. No horse has ever won it 3 times. This season, we'll have 2 of them aiming for it. Venus Serena, who's been a Group 1 winner here at the park before, and Sky Major. For more information about the Jewels or harness racing, look up hrnz.co.nz. For now, though, we have the greatest trotting race of the year at Alexandra Park, just 17 minutes away. It's the Can-Am Row Cup. It features the new millionaire, Stent, up against his Alexandra Park nemesis. He's beaten him twice here in Group 1s in the last 4 months. That is Shimon and the defending champion Master Lavros. Nipping at their heels, a bunch of outstanding 4-year-olds. Mum's Pride, King Denny, won over De Moon. Next up, it's the Row Cup. I do think Shimon's a great each-way bet, even though Stent may be the best horse in the race, and it is pretty spectacular. They start down here at the top of the straight, standing start, then 3 laps of Alexandra Park. One of our favourite races for the year has just been run and won, the Messenger, with Sky Major. Next up, it's another one of the greats. It's the Can-Am Row Cup. Shortly, the horses in the front parade ring, and then the voice of the park, Aaron White, to call them onto the track.
Pick 6, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 legs, 478.16 live in Pick 6, 478.16 live going into the second half of Pick 6, with the Square Gators parading now for the Can-Am Row Cup.
$10.56. The run home, and winning is easy. Is won by 3 lengths, 2 1/4, by 3/4. Start 24, win number 12, so has that 50% winning strike rate back again. That run up time 6.84. Well done to the bumper sticker syndicate. Lisa Ahern gets this one from the 3 wide time. Alicia Spate will be very happy with that fresh up performance, and Super Rooster will stay up in Class 5 company. Good race. On to race number 12, a straight Class 4 sprint. Looking forward to this one too. A fairly even field. Book your function and hat trick here at Hat Trick Class 4. Brendan, time to go at 9:49.
Good one here. Here's the result, Daryl, now. Race number 11. It was 2, 3, 5 and 6, 270, 170, 410 and $1.70. Quinella 28.60, trifecta 315.20, and the first 4 643.10 on 2, 3, 5 and 6. Well, that's the 11th on the program out of Wanganui. We're going to take a break though here on TAB Trackside 1, and on the other side we hand back to Greg O'Connor and Craig the Wild Thompson as we gear up for the Row Cup.
Yes, wake up and recognise the
Can-Am Row Cup over the 3,200 metres. Can-Am Construction, the contractor of choice. Can-Am Construction have the right people, the right experience and the right systems in place to deliver your project not only on time but to the highest level of workmanship and within the agreed budget constraint. Can-Am Construction, we've been building since 1955. For further information, Can-Am.co.nz, and we welcome Lucas Petrau on track tonight. 1, Springbank Sam, Phil Williamson 18 and 4, a 2 alleyway, Matthew Williamson 9 and 230. 3 Stent, Colin De Philippi 320, $1.20. 4 King Denny, Mark Purden 14 and 440. 5 Mum's Pride, James Stormont 730, 290. 6 Master Lavros, the defending champion, Mark Jones 470, 250. 7 Shimon, runner-up in this race last year. He's already won the 2 big Group 1s here, the National Trot and the Anzac Cup last week. Dexter Dunn, 561.48 flying.
Group 1's only 10 minutes away, but it's hard to get the messenger out of your mind. What about the admiration that Zach Butcher shows for his boss, Barry Purden? Like tonight, they were really against the wall, weren't they, in terms of qualifying for the harness jewels, and he's turned up in mint condition and raced accordingly.
Oh, it's a fantastic training performance. So backs with the wall tonight. You're right. He's had a hard run in that Taylor mile to get him back after being 3 wide from a second row draw. He had nothing going from tonight, but he looked outstanding going through the parade ring, and that's what got me, Greg. I just thought, man, has he improved since last week, and that was showed on the track. Things had to go his way. He didn't go round them, went through them, and just shows that Zach Butcher, that was a great drive.
And on that performance tonight, that gives him a realistic chance. I mean, obviously he had it as long as he qualified anyway, but he'll be going forward and getting to his peak again come Harness Jewels time, and that's got to be exciting.
Well, I just know his minor record in the last couple of years has been brilliant. You go back to the Chariots Fire about 4 or 5 weeks ago, so I'm looking forward to having him at Ashburton. It's going to add to the race.
All right, let's get into this Row Cup with Can-Am, of course, the 2015 running of this great race over the extreme distance of 3,200 metres. There's always something about that as well. We're 9 minutes out from a start, and we'll get a chance to go runner by runner. We start with Springbank Sam, a former age group star, of course, raced very well throughout his career. Tonight, he's the winner of 17 from 63. Phil Williamson takes the reins again, and his run here last week was okay without starring. His run at Addington